Everybody, welcome to another week of NECC. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We're on the 6 p.m. match, Vincent. We get the earlier matchups, and that's going to take us into the Navigators Mid-East A. I'm excited to continue on with the playoffs here. Our playoffs last week were an absolute blast to watch, and I think for this week as well, I think I'm really looking forward to what these teams in the Navigators League are able to bring to the table.
Yeah, hey, we're heading into semifinals. It is time to put it all on the table, leave nothing back home, and just try and see if you can make your way through into the grands. And that's
Yeah.
what we're going to see. One team going to get confirmed into the grand finals tonight.
The battle of the HCCs. We got Hagerstown Community College playing up against Howard Community College, and it's a little bit confusing, maybe, if you ask me, Vincent, when we're going to be commentating who the better HCC team is. But we got to see these two match up in the regular season. Now for a rematch in what is the playoffs, your chance to go to the grand finals, kind of adds a little bit more weight to this. And, for one of these teams, I feel like you don't want to go home being the worst HCC team.
I mean, you don't want to be going home being the worst anything, to be honest. To be fair, back in week 3, it was I think it was the Hawks. Hagerstown were the ones who ended up coming away with the win. So I mean, we have that to fall back on, but we can take a peek at the veto real fast, if we could, because honestly, we've seen a lot of this Ascent Lotus nonsense, and we're gonna see more of it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit, Vincent. We're a little ahead of ourselves right now. But for
My bad.
Hagerstown Esports, we got Myth, Lunar, Yoko, Meow Meow, Leg, Zamu taking the seats here for the Hawks. And over on our Dragons, the team that ended up losing inside of that week 3 matchup, like you were saying. We got Anger Issues, Azar Bell, Burb, Hero, and Ray Saku all looking for a little bit of revenge today in our semifinal matchup. Last time it was a 2-0 for the Hawks. This time the Dragons, I'm hoping that they did their homework, because they do not want to be going out in the semifinals. Means that they've made it this far. They were the third seed heading into these playoffs, and going up against the number 1 seed, it's definitely going to be a little bit of an issue. But like you were saying, when we take a look at these maps, look at the series that we do have in front of us, I think we can kind of spin up a story here for where Dragons can try to come back from.
And listen, back in that week 3 matchup, it was close. It was back-to-back 13-9s, and that means that at no point were they out of it. But as I was mentioning, we've seen a lot of Lotus and Ascent, and I think that's just because it's something everybody's been familiar with, at least when it comes to Ascent. But Lotus has very much taken the space that Haven did at one point, with Haven gone out of this map pool. So we're going to start out with those 2 maps and actually get the Sunset as a decider, should it be necessary. But honestly, I'm going into this, and I just need to see one thing and one thing only. I need to see the Dragons come out swinging.
Of course. I mean, you're called Dragons, Vincent. You got to see them with the claws out, the wings spread, and the fire ready to breathe. I think this is one thing for the Dragons where they can really prove themselves heading into the playoffs of what they're truly made of, and how fierce these Dragons can be. And I think going to the basics, going to the comfort zone when we're talking about Collegiate Valorant with Lotus Ascent for our first 2 maps, I think it doesn't get better than that for a team looking for a little bit of an upset. I think, yes, you can kind of look at it in a sense where you want them to maybe force maps where they feel favorited on. But at the same time, you can look at these players and you know that they've lost to what was a considerably close 2-0. It was 13-9 on both maps. That is room for improvement, room for a win, and hopefully an upset tonight. I think you go to where you feel more comfortable on it. And yes, the Hawks will feel comfortable too. But I think this is where the Dragons can really prove where they step things up.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be. I mean, if there's a time to do it, it is here in the playoffs. To be fair, I mean, actually, it was you and I who got to see the Hawks earlier. I think we watched them play against Trent Excalibur Blue, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure we did. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, we've seen a little bit of what these Hawks have on display, and I mean, they played very well. That was a 2-0 match, which I'm looking back, and there's been nothing but 2-0s as well for the Hawks. I don't think they've dropped a map this season by the look of things. So on their way to that 5-0 record, they haven't at all faltered, which is just so much more impressive, I think, coming into this semifinal.
No, I agree with that. I think when we saw them versus Trent Excalibur, it was a little bit of a close game. I remember Trent were actually putting them against like the odds when it did come to Trent trying to upset, but it wasn't good enough. Yeah, a lot of these players on Hawks, from what I did remember from their time playing on Lotus, they're really put together. They have a strong confidence when it comes down to the opening duels that they do take as well. And behind that, they have their attacking side, which is very trusted in one another. And you do see that, this team has been working to evolve within this Navigators division. And I think that for HCC Hawks, in terms of going into the playoffs as the 1 seed, now looking to win it all here in the Navigators Mid-East A, I think that beating a team like HCC Dragons, where in the past it was a little bit closer, you come into this hoping that you can 2-0 again, make it continue with your dominance so far in the season, and feel at your best heading into that grand finals.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the Dragons, they already did beat the number 2 seed. Coming in, that was Clark. That happened. That was the quarterfinal last time. And they do come in with a 3-2 record, but you keep in mind that one of those losses is that loss versus the Hawks, and the other one was up against Pace, where it was a close series. It was a 1-2. I mean, as much as it's been a season of ups and downs here for the Dragons, I think that they've already started proving what they're made of. They did it last week with another higher seeded opposition, and now they're just going to have to do it again up against the highest seed possible.
Now, Vincent, I don't think that if the Dragons were to win today, I don't expect it to be a 2-0 in their favor. If they want to win, they need to send it to the third map. They need to make this go the distance. They need to show that they can grind against the best and that they can win against the best. And heading into the Lotus, no better place to start than the basics. If you want to lay the ground on where you can build a dynasty, you need to start at the beginning here. And for HCC Dragons White, Lotus doesn't get more basic than that.
Indeed, it does not. You know what I do like from the Hawks, though, off the rip? I'm been very much enjoying Gecko on Lotus. I know a lot more teams have been interested in it, and it's been becoming more and more successful. I'm a big fan.
As am I. So starting off with the pistol was an early first blood for the Hawks as they push out over towards A. They get rid of the one of 2 members there, and they immediately spring over towards Stephens. This is completely drawing away the Dragons.
Nobody is available for the instant retake. I mean, Hero is just kind of poking and prodding, but it would be a death warrant to walk through that smoke for the time being. And a little bit slow on the uptake there. Not able to get the spike down. Not allow Stepbro to frag in. Myth Lunar's going to have to do a lot of work here in the corner and can't do anything.
It's not just a frag. I mean, that's also the spike down. It gives Dragons a chance at this round here, but Zamu, the chamber of the Hawks, Vincent, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. Now, Zamu stands out to me directly. I remember Zamu putting up an absolute clinic on Lotus last time, and starting off with a triple kill in the first round of the Lotus again here in the semifinals. This is something that the Dragons need to focus on silencing early.
And it's, well, easier said than done, to be honest. Omu, I mean, picked up the opening engagement. That was the early pick out towards A, and then the cleanup there as the multiple players coming in, trying to waterfall through towards the C site. Zamu was taking no prisoners. And getting into those aggressive angles is something that this chamber can be very effective at, especially with the rendezvous to get out of jail free card. But the Dragons will calm it down this round. Not much that they can invest in. So a little bit of waiting occurring as the Hawks are just holding map control. Nothing fancy.
No.
Just want to see if there's anybody who gets interested in some aggression.
And Vincent, someone's already 3 alt points away from that 2 to 4. So he's not going to get spotted by the boom bot. So there's no information that a lurk at A is present. And that's going to force the Dragons to fall off this a little bit. They're still going to leave the Gecko there lurking, hoping that something happens. But the contact at C is immediately going to drop them away. All the focus onto these members of C to hopefully stop this spike from going down. But it has opened up a lane where now you have 2 members flanking from the Hawks.
I mean, this is gonna be tough in the best of scenarios, but with 2 players on the flank, it should not be so easy, but Yoko misses the mark by a wide margin. Not quite able to find there, and uh-oh. The right click is very powerful.
The issue is Zamu. When Zamu's alive, so is the round. 14 seconds. The time is low. Wingman's going to catch one out, but here's Zamu now. Ready to flank. 10 seconds. Umbrella low in health, and the Headhunter, it's hunting. Zamu brings it into a 1v1. Is there enough time to plant? There is. And the aftershot's not going to take him low at all. Zamu, 4-4. Alive to clutch it up. Alive to win it out.
I mean, you said it yourself. If there is someone alive by the name of Zamu, then that means that the round is certainly not done. It was 1v4 clutch in round 2, which should never have gotten that close. Should never have been that big of an issue. And props to the Dragons for keeping it that way, but you got to close out. And up against Zamu, they just couldn't find it. Up to 7-0 after that round 2 clutch. Coming from the chamber, and this is round 3 tour de force. I mean, come on.
I mean, this is disgusting. I hate seeing this in general.
I love it.
I am not a chamber enjoyer, Vincent, and seeing a round...
I'm a Zamu enjoyer.
I mean, like, that's a totally different story. I am a Zamu enjoyer as well. This guy puts up numbers, but when it comes to having your ultimate in round 3, I mean, that says more of the player than it does really the character, but... Yeah, I feel for the Dragons here. They don't even know. Well, they do know because they're going to hear it, but they don't even know what's coming for them here. So you see the fault line is going to connect onto a few. Should slow things down, but it won't slow the taken towards trees. Burb, ready to clear it. Spectre, not able to land any shots there. Meow Meow easily able to take care of Burb. It does not stop this push. 4-on-4. Umbrella, backside Myth. Gonna remove him with the Phantom. Going for a little bit extra up the rope. And the spike goes down. The retake here for the Dragons. Gotta be careful. Double swinging out. Step bro. Able to bring things back into a 3-on-3. But you still have the tour de force of Zamu. And you still have a lesser in numbers, Vincent. Ray Saku not able to make anything of that fight onto leg. It doesn't seem like this round is going to go their way either. 3-4 Hawks on the horizon, Vincent, and Zamu delivers.
Yeah, I mean, the consistency that Zamu's putting together in the opening 3 rounds is hard. It's hard to beat. That's the reality. When you're seeing someone, you know, be able to clutch like that and then deliver opening engagements as well, not a lot that you can do. I will say that the Dragons making sure to take space well when it came to the retake, but again, the numbers just really weren't in their favor. And that turns into an eco round pretty quickly. That first gun round doesn't bear much success as the Hawks walk away with 3. And it's looking to me like the Hawks are just going to try and keep this simple. Moshpit comes out, as do the paint shells, but off the back of that, it isn't going to be the A push. The Hawks turn around, and it's a conga line. All 5. Walking back towards the mount.
This is one thing that I do enjoy from the Hawks, and you know what makes them such a dominant force is the idea that when they're on the attacking side, they are a force. They're not just a couple individuals. This is a team, and the teamwork is sublime to take Hero out.
I mean, having that wingman to be able to, you know, drop that plant whilst you can then get into post-plant scenarios as well is part of the reason I do love Gecko on this map. I think it can be so powerful, but now everybody is out here on this post-plant, and I mean, you and I both know how difficult it is to disengage all these players from mound, even with a boatload of utility. And that's not going to be the case, not this round, not when you're on an eco.
And immediately, Wingman not going to be able to start this defuse. Snakebite deep in towards the mound. It's not going to force Hawks into a sticky situation at all. But Ray Saku, a couple nice shots with the Sheriff. Is damage done, but can they find more leg with the Overwatch for Zamu? Burb able to take down another with the Bucky, but looking to escape and maybe try another one. Won't be able to escape the detonation of the spike. And HCC Hawks, off of that anti-thrifty rounds, they're able to go 4 in a row, only leaving 2 alive, Vincent, but I mean, that's 4 in a row. They're not going to be worried about their economy too much.
Come on, buddy. There's no escape from that spike. Not when you're so deep. At least there is a chance in this round. I do see that Bucky, and I'll be honest, my first thought is, but why? Why would you have a Bucky? You could have a Judge, actually. Hope Burb can well, I'm just saying, you know, there was the cash there. You had the creds in the pocket, so
Gotta trust the process sometimes.
all right, you know, that's fair enough. I will put some trust in said process, but the process of getting out onto site, it's been pretty simple here for the Hawks. They get almost everything for free, and with a cutoff from the B site, denying Zamu all the way over there, it's a plant for sure.
It seems like the Dragons, in an early kind of like vision of where their setup was for the defensive side, it seems like they really want to play for these retakes. And they set up for the C side as if they want to retake it as a full team. But oftentimes, you always have that one member who's a little bit too far ahead, Vincent. And losing that early member in a site take like that, especially in a map like Lotus, can go such a long way against a team like the Hawks. And losing out on Ray Saku like they did on that execution, it just does not lead to what hopefully is a recipe to success for the Dragons here. I'd like to see this team. They want to go for the get-go and play for these retakes. Play for the retakes. Don't go 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on the same page, and I was actually thinking that with regard to the KJ here. Hero is putting out all their utility early onto that site, and it's set up. That's a normal setup. There's nothing wrong with the setup, but it hasn't been getting value because it's just being passed over, not utilized at the right time, and ultimately falling away without much of value. And I think that if you're going to be setting that up, maybe play towards the site a little bit more, or if you don't want to do that, make a decision that you're going to use that utility on the retake as opposed to on the take.
A little bit of a reaction here from the Dragons. Gonna stick Burb with the Judge here. Jumps up top. Oh,
I love it.
Interesting, but it's not going to escape Zamu. The Thresh spots out Burb. Easy clear there from the chamber. Meow Meow gonna double down, and Myth going one further than that. Lovely shots on the Hero. Umbrella all alone. Myth able to clean up that last kill for 3 in the round. And immediately the Dragons, they just fall to pieces as soon as the Hawks hit the site.
Feel bad for Yoko, who puts up the Cosmic Divide. Their team just sending it straight through the Cosmic Divide, taking the fights up in the faces of the Dragons, and it almost doesn't even matter there. Didn't get the usage they were wanting to, but just because the team dominated, that's a problem I am down to have in any team that I'm on. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Seymour, that was another gun round, and it just didn't even look like a real problem for the Hawks. They rolled.
Yeah, and sooner or later, you just need to see Hawks pick up their bootstraps and walk away with something immaculate here. The Hawks are getting the ball rolling. It doesn't seem like they look to stop anytime soon. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Burb's going to end up getting cleared out from trees. This retake from the drop down. Yoko setting up for a flank. And Ray Saku trading out on leg, but not before they lose out on Hero. Ray, lovely heads up. Spins around, takes out Yoko. But again, I mean, they bring it down to these, you know, 2v2s, 2v3s, Vincent. They're just not able to bring it into the 1v1s situations. And it's just the Hawks, they're clutch. It's just way too good.
I mean, and to be honest, we haven't even seen that many like 2v2s. It's been so dominant for the Hawks. I'd be down to see more of that from the Dragons. They put together a pretty nice look at a round, at least the back end of it. But on the eco, it's always going to be tough. That bro, get some shields, bud, please. I don't think she's got shields. That's unfortunate. Had the cash for them as well. Maybe just thought they were bought already. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them.
Zamu, what? The fact that you get away with this, that just shouldn't be happening. your moments
adjustment.
there. Almost taking down Umbrella as well, but yeah, I mean, that adjustment, it's better than good. It's gooder.
It's greater. I also like the understanding that, hey, that wingman has been getting that spike down for free so much. Just stick around a little bit further.
Oh. But Sapro doesn't really understand the timing there for the retake, and she's going to be caught by the operator Myth ahead of the Rolling Thunder. Brings this into a 2 versus 3. Ray now trying to beat things out off the back of that ultimate. Zamu misses the shot in this, gives him a chance. Ray brings it into 1v2. Zamu drops the up for a Vandal. And the time on his side, looking to play against Burb. Showstopper into the back line. 19 health. Time still ticking away. And Zamu wants to use it all. Boombot in for this one. Zamu repositions, tap on the defuse. Burb just not able to get it done. The operator's gonna pick up the round secured. A clutch for Zamu again. Pure awareness on everything that needs to happen to win that round.
Yeah, I love that Zamu is playing the time from the very beginning. Doesn't force any fights early, and even when the showstopper comes out, right? It's not about trying to get in front and like try and find a trade like the rocket goes, but they get the kill anyway. It's all about just staying alive. And I mean, that's #1 priority when you're playing the clock like that. And that's exactly what they do. Zamu for the Hawks has been incredible. It just hasn't stopped. This early utility out towards Root just it hasn't commanded that much space. And even with Burb up close, it doesn't do this round either.
Umbrella. That's a big one. Zamu down. Thrash, though, going to be called in from the Hawks as they want to catch Umbrella on the exit, but they won't be able to. So the Thrash is going to find nothing. This site is open for a spike plant, but the spike is nowhere close just yet.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have so much space on the site, you can take your time. There's a snake bite going in, but it doesn't end up denying the plant. And Meow Meow, with this kill, could essentially seal the deal.
Yeah, and Yoko unchecked so far. Stepbro, she's not going to clear it. Players falling left and right for the Dragons. 30 health on Myth. Bit of a headshot angle. Wingman not going to fall off just yet. Versus 3, and the aftershock should push Myth into the open. Leg trades in. Lockdown going to be initiated. A little bit of pressure for Umbrella to have to take action on this one. And Meow Meow, she knows this one. Umbrella's going to find it. Destroys the lockdown. We got ourselves around for the Dragons, Vincent.
Oh, do we? I mean, it's close.
Oh, no. I'm a little bit too ahead of it. I got excited.
Oh, the Dragons, they were excited as well, but unfortunately, that lockdown, it was an ambitious strategy. When I saw it come out, Seymour, I was like, do we really need that? Is that really necessary? The answer is absolutely. Oh, and off the back of that, it's a timeout called for the Dragons. I mean, you could maybe argue this is a little on the later side, but better late than never. At 9-0, the Dragons are stuck, and they have absolutely no idea how to get unstuck from this position. I will say a couple of thoughts, right? The amount of time that we have seen them try and take root control early, trying to get towards rubble, and it do nothing, is really starting to frustrate me. I'm sure it's frustrating them. I'd love to see them put a little bit more oomph behind that type of take.
Yeah, just a little pep in their step. I know exactly what you're thinking here. I think that, Dragons, and it might be what separates them from the Hawks right now, Vincent, is their pacing, their rhythm against this team. You can see that when the Hawks want to do something, they do it. When the Dragons want to fight them, and it might be a little bit of, doubt in their minds that they can play against a team like the Hawks, but we've seen in rounds, they've brought it to close. That they can fight against this team. It's just putting all of these reactions, all of these adaptations together quick enough that it stops the Hawks from reaching their point of contact. And I think the Hawks on their attacking side, they just have a little bit too much freedom.
They do. And hey, this is exactly what I just said, right? Try to put a little more oomph behind this take out towards A. It's not going to end up being where the attack goes in this round. But that's okay. Allows for the fast rotation. The B site, it's not only under fire, it's paths, for the most part, already been found open. What is this? How is this Jet so far forward?
I got no idea. Myth already deep into enemy line. Spike hasn't gone down, but that's going to be an easy lockdown destroy from Myth Lunar, and it doesn't seem like Hero has any idea. The lockdown is destroyed. Ray on an island. Zamu easily able to trade Yoko out. On the side, step bro for the clutch, but Zamu denies it. Another 3K from Zamu. Another clutch for the Hawks when it comes down to 2v1s. Zamu is 20-2, Vincent, and nothing is stopping him.
I mean, Myth Lunar 14-7 as well. You know, certainly just a wingman when it comes to Zamu, but impressive nonetheless. And it was actually Myth Lunar to really make the big play in that round. Somehow got so deep. They were wearing by guns. That. They were in spawn, by the way. And somehow got so deep in there, and then the lockdown gets shot. Nobody turns around. Dragons didn't get the memo that the lockdown got shot instead of destroyed with like a Hunter's Fury or utility or something like that. Regardless, it's a mistake that they are unfortunately going to cause them to lose the round.
Something this is gonna have to live with.
Yeah, that's a tough scenario.
I have to watch back and dissect how Myth Lunar got.
I think they just dashed through and got into Link. They got into C-Link and then walked through Waterfall. That's what I think happened.
It's basic, but it works. Umbrella. Shots you wish you could hit, but Burb able to receive that. 45 HP. The spike goes down. Out for the retake. Here's where you want to see a little bit of pep in their step, like you said. Burb going to recover the Vandal. Rolling Thunder be called in. Thresh clears out the site. And now a little bit of control here for the Dragons to work into their next step. Zamu hitting the flank. Pressure through main. Umbrella hops this defuse for the Wingman, but the Nebula goes down, and the Wingman's going to be stopped, but it gets it to halves up. Round the flank, cleans up the back. Yoko gets 3. Zamu clears it out. And the Hawks on 11.
Last round before the switch.
It's so oppressive that Zamu in that round is just instantly wherever the Dragons leave, right? You had C, the Dragons evacuate. Immediately, Zamu is just in that space, flanking them. It's instantaneous. It's so annoying to deal with something like that. And Yoko on the other side, being able to deny the defuse was, I mean, fortunate, honestly, that Lag was able to get that half to be a wingman, but wasn't enough. It's another tour de force. And look at how little respect they are showing to this utility out route. Like,
yeah,
this is why I'm saying something needs to change. And they tried it once, nobody was here. And unfortunately, I think that because they didn't see anybody, the Dragons, they've adjusted to go elsewhere.
Umbrella, Myth decimates the Gecko. The site has fallen already. Hawks looking for number 12. Hero looking to make it a little bit difficult, but Myth goes another one further, takes it down. Reisaku. Yoko tucked away in a corner. It's down to the 2 for the Dragons to end this half with a win. You're throwing a lifeline into the water, Vincent, but it's going to be hard to dissect this post-plant Burb at range. Nice shots with the Vandal. Low HP, and here's the tour de force Wingman. Chasing after him. Burb's gonna be tagged up. Leg chases it, and Myth puts it away. 12 rounds on Lotus in a row. The Hawks going flawless in map 1.
I will. This is a live reaction, but this is just yikes. Absolutely yikes. This is a semifinal, right? The Dragons, I understand it's not their map pick. Fair enough. But they got to be finding a way to do something a little bit better. And that's, might sound harsh. Seymour, that's the reality we're living in. At 12-0, I think you chalk this game up and you go next.
Seems like that's where the minds of the Dragons may be leading towards. I mean, from here on out, Vincent, I feel like you're kind of talking about your next steps in the series. You're hoping that you can put a couple of rounds together, and that's going to boost your confidence. But Myth wants to end it all. He wants to end it all right now. Zamu's going to go open up the revolving doors with a headhunter. He's just piecing them. Zamu gets 2. Myth gets out with a kill. Dragons. Seems like their wings have been clipped, Vincent. And the Hawks, and their wings fully spread, and they have taken flight.
You know, I would have told you were crazy if a hawk were to beat a dragon. Well, it's currently looking that way.
I've seen crazier underdog stories.
You've seen crazier underdog stories than a hawk 1v1ing a dragon?
Look, right now
What?
it seems like that dragon is dead asleep.
Variable removed.
And these Hawks just know when to strike. Hero,
Little Cerberus situation.
Placing swarm.
last ditch effort. Leg around the pillar, forcing these players onto the dragons. A must-win situation to take them out of this hole. The ghost is going to prevail, and it leaves them down to 1. Yoko finishes it off. The defuse, there's plenty of time. The Hawks take Lotus. They take map 1. And they lead this series with a flawless 13-0 in our NECC semifinals.
Is it too on the nose to say not even close? Not even close. At all. I mean, as much as I'd pull my punches a little bit, but 13-0, you just gotta respect the Hawks for putting that together. Yeah, Zamu was incredible. Myth continuing to have impact you out as well. And there just wasn't a response. You saw some ideas, get formed there. And I think that there was some adjustments that I agreed with that I really liked coming through from the Dragons, but ultimately none of them were enough. And I mean, that's where you really just got to sit and say, well, it just wasn't our day on Lotus, I guess.
It's one of those situations where you have to look at it, Vincent, and it's, it's easy to look at 13-0 and just be like, yeah, they're the better team. They dominated. But it's just the way that they did it. They didn't pull any punches. They didn't let off the gas at any turn. And they just kept on clutching up in so many moments. There was Myth, Zamu, Yoko, even Leg and Meow Meow. Not the greatest score lines, but they had their moments. It was throughout this map, and each one of those moments led to this scoreline. It's not easy to 13-0 a team, even when you're the better team. You lose a round as soon as you start getting ahead of yourselves. But to show the composure of going 13-0 and playing consistent throughout the whole map, that is respectable. I think you look at this this Hawks team and you can understand why they are where they are.
Especially when you realize that it was only in week 3. I mean, that's like 3-4 weeks ago that they played, and it was 2 13-9s.
Yeah.
That's a very different game. 13-9 to 13-0, I mean, and I don't know what the maps were, but what I do know is that at this point, the Dragons, this game simply, it should, in their brains, not ever have even happened. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not your map pick. Don't worry about it. That has to be the mindset going into Ascent.
It has to be. So we're going to see if the Dragons can collect themselves, wake up in their burrows, and come out with a little bit of fiery revenge heading into Ascent for our map number 2. We're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, the continuation of our semifinals. You don't want to miss it, folks. Well, the Hawks, they prevail over dragons sometimes, Vincent. And here, I mean, it just didn't seem like that dragon even put up a fight versus what seems like a pretty small bird in comparison to what a dragon is in scale. But
I would think
you know,
the dragon should be
Look,
favored.
I'm gonna say, are you a fan of Game of Thrones?
I'm not, but I am a fan of dragons.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's said that like in Game of Thrones, towards the end of the dragons were only the size of cats. So maybe we're looking at these dragons this time. So
I see.
So I mean,
Gotcha.
no matter what way you spin it, a 13-0 is a one-sided affair here for the Hawks, and they came out swinging on Lotus. You asked the question of the dragons to really show up in this map number 1 and stand out in ways, and I don't think we really saw them stand out in any way. They were struggling to get things going. They were falling flat in retakes, falling flat in clutch scenarios, and they were really allowing a lot of freedom to the attacking side of our HCC Hawks. So heading now into Ascent for map number 2, you need to see some changes. We're going to get a little bit of a substitute here for the HCC Dragons. They're going to try to see if they can, you know, adapt to what was a map that just was not playing into their favor at all. And heading into the second map, I feel like the changes, we need to see a lot of them, Vincent, and I'm sure that you could break down a couple.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest thing to note actually was just a general like playstyle thing. You saw a lot of utility being tossed out by the dragons because it's like the right utility to throw. You know, like there wasn't a good understanding behind like why that utility is important, like what reason you're throwing that stuff. And the biggest example was like out towards root. How many times did Zomu just fully show absolutely no respect to the mosh pit and the paint shells? Like every single time. All the time it was being ignored. And I think that when a team is not respecting you like that, you have to take stock of that and answer back. And that's something that we saw some adjustments that the Dragons tried to make, but they never really got there in the end. And as we see some, like you mentioned, some changes, I think we have Zarbel is coming in. Yeah, there we go. And Stepbro is out. I think that there is certainly a world where this can be different, especially because Ascent, I think it's a little bit easier. You don't have to be as aggressive as the defense in order to take that space.
No, that's kind of where my next point was going to go towards. When you look at a map like Lotus as well as Haven, it's not easy to defend that map in general. And to make adaptations, you really have to draw the rest of your defensive setup thin. And I think that we saw that a lot of times that the Hawks were really capable of, you know, addressing where the majority of the HCC Dragons were and reacting to that and just shifting to the opposite side of the map. And for a map like Ascent, you're not going to get that same amount of freedom here. So now for the Dragons, we get to see a little bit more of their attacking side, Vincent. Heading into the pistols. Let's see if they can put a round on the board. Zamu immediately giving it up.
Yeah, but no, Zamu is going to be the one you have to contend with here. Oh my goodness, they're just going to go through all together and all in the favor of the Hawks. It's so over in this pistol round. Everybody getting involved at the end of it, but the paranoia was perfect and the shots were even better.
Yeah, I think that, you know, when you are the Dragons and at some point you need that wake-up call in the sense of you're not going to walk on a site for free. And if you walk on a site for free, it's a trap, Vincent.
That's true. I mean, I just, again, want to just point out the mindset right now of the Hawks. Zomu got hit with a 0 point, didn't have the dash, didn't have anything, still goes in for another swing despite that fact before going to fall away. Most players would, once they're suppressed, they're not going to be engaging there.
No.
They'll be falling away.
And look at this. Hawks immediately into round number 2. You see Myth Lunar has fully cleared out through a garage, spots nobody. Myth falling off. Zamu working through checkers to clear out mid now. They know that the Dragons are full steam ahead into this A site, and they've already rotated. Myth on site. First to drop, second as well. Lovely shots with the Spectre. And nobody from the Dragons able to get any momentum. Zamu working the flank with the sheer of the shots. They are so good. tapping away with the gun. 2-0 start for the Hawks.
I hate to say it, but
And, you know, I didn't point it out because honestly, there's other things that the Dragons need to look towards, but it's interesting to see Umbrella pulling out the Phoenix. You know, it's not all that common, but it is something that I think can be an interesting factor. You already see that they've put presence on getting Umbrella those orbs, and they're close to being able to pick up and run it back already. I think that's essentially giving you an extra player to work with. Not a bad idea strategically, especially when they're struggling to win some of these duels. Just get a second chance at those.
Whatever the case, Vincent, I just need to see something change. Something.
Fair enough.
A lot of it comes down to these opening duels. If you're going to bring up this Phoenix, explode onto a site. Use these
What the-
flashes.
Why are
Operator.
They're all at A. What is this from the Hawks?
Well, he's been here. Zamu is already rotated in. The operator misses the shot. So much information. Zamu hits it.
Spike down A.
Ray
One
again
enemy remaining.
doing his best at hopefully trying to salvage something out of the rounds, but his best is just not enough at the end of it. Hero 1 versus 3. Classic in hand. Zamu
Is this not a gun round?
waiting for the rest of the team. I thought it was going to be a gun round, but Dragons...
on my way.
I was looking at other things. I
I don't think the Dragons brought anything to the table here.
just made an assumption, clearly an incorrect assumption. Jeez.
That sucks. My ult's ready.
I agree, Zamu. That does suck.
It's the thing here, Vincent, is when you're looking at the Dragons, what they've put together in a composition. They got the Phoenix as the duelist. That means that I need to see Umbrella taking charge. Flash out immediately onto site. Get into a position where it's not just you on that site, but it's multiple people swinging together off of these curveballs and getting into situations where they can hopefully put this spike down. But instead, I'm seeing them almost in a line go one by one into sites, and it is just not looking good. Finally, the curveball out. First Umbrella taking some space. Zamu goes back in, forced off. Now, a bit of space taken here for the Dragons, but again, they just have classics. It's another thrifty round.
Well, I mean, there's something there. That's the run it back gone already. There's a couple of upgrades. It's not fully classics, but that just goes back to why haven't we seen a full gun round?
I don't know. I'm so confused.
Enemy kill.
And Heroes with the Bulldog,
Here.
able to at least find the KO, but immediate trade from Zamu, and nobody has found real estate into the site.
Yeah, so it's going to be a rotation called, and Myth is already in front of this, already anticipating what's going on. If this paranoia hits, it's going to hit them all.
And they're separated. Couple gonna be caught here with a trade immediately there. Should be a Vandal recovered off of Myth's body. And a race to A. Zamu leading with this operator can deal a boatload of damage, Vincent. And it's gonna be tough to get the spike down. First shot misses. It's giving it away. Spike has arrived, but
30
hot
seconds
flash
left.
from Burb. Door's gonna go down, and Zamu's gonna jump right into the deep end. Umbrella, though, allows this spike to plant.
A bit overambitious from Zamu.
Player standing.
And that's what happens when you give Umbrella the operator to work with. Now it's up to Meow Meow in the 1v2.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Shots out from Meow Meow, and Burb's gonna put it away. Finally, HCC Dragons have put a round on the board. It's a thrifty after what was 16 rounds in a row against them. They get theirs.
He dropped the op as well, picking back up the rifle instead. Interesting. They just aren't interested in taking the fight to Zamu, I guess. And, I mean, to be fair, they have been unstoppable. But that is what happens when the Hawks get a bit too ahead of themselves. You know, credit where it's due for the Dragons for clutching up that round. But the Hawks got to be a little bit more careful, right? They're testing the waters. How much respect do they need to show? And they need to show a little bit more than they did there.
Yeah, I mean, Dragons, you found one. Ow. Do it again. Hero. Okay, so here's something that we didn't really get to see too much back on Lotus. Hero finding the lurking kill, onto Myth Lunar. It opens up the map, and that's the controller off from the Hawks.
We didn't even get to see Hero on the lurk because we only got to saw one attack round, but it's something to certainly note. Gotta get across, though, and Zamu...
Okay. I like
And-
that. Dedicate a couple bodies here if you're the Dragons that fighting this together. 3 get suppressed. They're all on site. Meow Meow hitting the flank and hitting it fast. Hero stuck between 2. Yoko
One enemy remaining.
with the Sheriff able to deliver the finishing blow. And Ray has made his way in towards heaven. The recon dart's gonna give him away. Yoko not gonna falter, and Meow Meow hops to defuse. Immediately, Hawks taking back their round.
Nicely done. Nice recovery. And, I mean, hey, I did mention it at the outset of this round that Hawks have got to show a little bit more respect. They almost got caught out in this past round as well, doing the same little shenanigans that they got caught out before, where they lost that round. But still, a lead and a strong one already. They bound out to the 4-1 score line. It's another run it back available. There's a null command. There's a Hunter's Fury. There's lots of tools in the kit here for the Dragons to work with. And they are on another buy.
So here we can see the run it back again. I think Umbrella has been slotting back into that aggressive spot that I've wanted to see this Phoenix play in. But Zamu now knows he needs to go hunting for these first bloods rather than taking these angles on each side. So the rotation over and towards mid, watching for that lurk. Run it back to lead the charge into the side. Myth immediately going to shut it down. The Owl Drone spots off Zamu, and the smokes go up. Zamu, though, don't do this to them here, Shorty. The smoke jumps on through with an all command. Gonna fall here. Zarbel quickly to trade it out. Umbrella a second, but Yoko. Oh, Yoko!
Spike
Triple
down
with the
A.
Sheriff. They're back onto the ground. Hero in a 1v2. And Leg puts it away.
I'm not sure how Yoko gets away with that, but very strong round from them. I will be honest. Zamu, why you have an op if you're going to do that? Like, why have an op at all? They commit to that fight with just the Shorty.
I don't think we can.
I can.
I don't think we
I
can
will.
really complain
Who's
about
gonna stop
Zamu's
me, Seymour?
performance.
Are you going to stop me?
Yeah, he's 12-3.
I can call a troll a troll. He has played very well, though.
Already being very dynamic with this op. Not making it easy to really pinpoint where Zamu wants to play through mid this time. And easy access to market. So going to be able to help reinforce this B site if need be. But Hero has found a gap in this timing. Will Zamu check it?
Nope.
Not at all. Ops on the ground, and here's the opening again. Hero, this lurk. It works, but Myth able to trade it without that op getting recovered. That's not going to leave too many options here for the Dragons. They're going to have to go in towards B. And there are 3 points of contact to watch for. Yoko swings out from market. The wall is going to block off the rest, but now they are trapped, Vincent. Fire is up, but as soon as it goes down, Yoko is here, and Yoko's ready to collect.
One enemy remaining.
Yoko gets a third one into the round, not going to be able to get the fourth. This KO has been putting up numbers for the Hawks.
Yoko quickly taking the standard that Zamu put together back on Lotus and making it a very clear indication that this is not just a one-man show. We knew that wasn't the case with Mist's performance on Lotus 2, but this is a different look and different players being able to jump into this game and find success. It's so good to see. It really makes me excited for what we will continue to see from these Hawks, because right now they show no signs of stopping. It's 6-1. No disrespect to the Dragons, but the one round they found was little shenanigans. The Hawks playing a bit over-aggressive get punished.
Blocking sight.
Hero is all the way into their spawn. What in the Myth Lunar are we seeing here? looking to be the difference. And I think the Dragons at this point, they just need to wait until Hero strikes through mid. Takes care of Meow Meow. That's a B site open. The rotation going to be happening. Myth sitting inside of trees. Could change this up. It's going to be forced off. And that's the B site completely open from the shadows. It's a free plant.
I really wanted to see Myth from the shadows themselves. The Hero. Little 2K spray down for a third on the round. This is locking the Hawks out of this retake. There's just no way back in. Honestly, the Dragons don't even have to fight. They just need to get into position, but they're going to fight anyway. They want this. They need this. And they'll get this.
Emphasis on the need there. I mean, I think the Dragons, at some point, they just got to put their foot down and say enough is enough. If you want to show no respect, we're going to collect rounds. And they found a second now on Ascent. Yes, they've given up the 6 rounds to the Hawks, but this is expected from the #1 seed that has been playing out of their minds so far heading in towards the playoffs of Insane. And I think the Dragons finally starting to get the ball rolling here. Hero, very present in this map. These are the changes that we were hoping to see. Now we need to see them go a step beyond and get the supporting cast playing as well.
I love that from the shadows as well. Just, you got to take some risks, and they didn't necessarily know that the B site was fully clear. They just killed one rotator, but gotta go with what your gut says. And well, we're gonna see the shadows last round into the run it back this round.
Well, Paranoia, Myth buying a lot of time for the rotations, but what a shot from Burb, swapping away from the duelist. Now looking to be the difference into the round. Azerbell, a second shock dart from Leg. A double shock dart from Leg. And Zamu is already working the flank. Hunter's Fury stops the defuse for a moment. Zamu, the op, flanking. Everybody collapsing. Umbrella brings it into a 2 versus 2, but Zamu down to 1. Umbrella versus Leg as well as Zamu. And it's just Leg just putting up such an effort here to silence the Dragons, give them their 7th.
Yeah, I mean, Hawks are just walking out of these rounds with the man advantage early. They're finding success in the mid round and in the clutch as well. They have been unstoppable. An investment pretty heavy for the Dragons. They invest the run it back there. And I didn't even see it, but looks like they used the lockdown as well. Is that what happened?
Come into the unknown.
That's what it seems like.
I don't know how they wouldn't with those numbers.
Yeah. Can we also talk about lag? I don't even. How do you get double kill on the shock dart? How many times have you seen that?
It just had to be some kind of like average Jonas lineup that you watch on YouTube.
Oh, that's a spike.
Down mid.
Zamu going in for seconds. Nobody's watching this one, but Hero for the reswing to the rescue. Lag now. Lots of information on everybody on the map. Shock dart does not go exactly where you want to, but look at the arrows here from the Hawks. They have Myth working all the way through A. Ray quickly able to trade, but the rest collapsing together. Trades back and forth. It's a 1 versus 2. Only Azerbell, the substitute into Ascent, has the spike and has reached the site.
She's going to be able to get a spike plant, that's for sure. Time for a post plant as well.
Careful.
The Hawks are going to stick together as they should be doing.
Cover
That's
going
close.
out.
Both smokes.
Cover going out.
And 2 shrouded steps as well. Well, that recon bolt, unfortunate.
That's not
All
going
the
to help.
advantage that they had gained from having that time to get into a post plant and from the smokes just evaporates in an instant. So unfortunate.
Team Ace.
Oh boy,
Everybody get
Vincent.
involved.
Little bit of everything there from the Hawks, and just how quickly they're able to react to that setup from HCC Dragons. You saw Myth quickly flanking through A. They had 2 pinching from B, a player in trees and a player in market. You know, no matter where the Dragons go, it seems like they leave Hero lurking and they to hit that site. And I think that the Hawks are starting to pick up on that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, the Dragons are walking into this round with lackluster investment. 2 rounds is already good, compared to what we saw previously, but that cannot be the goal. They've got to set their sights higher.
Yeah, it's got to be better. You've made it this far.
Tippity tap from Yoko on to Hero. That's the Hawks getting wise to Hero's shenanigans, that's for sure.
And Myth's already used from the shadows to jump into the spawn of the attackers. There's nowhere to go. You saw that the Dragons quickly were able to put in some kind of change, Vincent, but everything that the Dragons do, the Hawks have something to counter it. And when they don't have something to counter it, they're just looking at their sheer skill to overwhelm these players. And with Zamu constantly finding these first bloods in the rounds, it is not allowing the Dragons to really pick up any pacing.
Yeah, I mean, they went around here, around there, but there's no building into that. There's no additional kills into the next round. They're not finding those second or third rounds to start building a bit of momentum. None of that.
I've never really even seen them default. Zamu blind by the paranoia. Shield goes in for the shot. Tail wins out. Knives now. For the first time. Crazy to say that, considering Zamu has 16 kills, but here's the run it back from the Dragons. Umbrella looking to lead this team to salvation. Repeak in with the operator and Yoko to back them up. Burb gets caught. The run it back silenced, and Dragons backed off the site. Zamu's going to re-clear this, get the information, and you can see the Hawks already reacting to it. Azerbel, lovely heads-up awareness to be ready for Zamu to re-clear it.
I mean, at this point, the Hawks are pushing everything, anything that they can. When at like a minute you're seeing somebody in your spawn, you better be aware and prepared for everything. From the shadows to back boathouse. Worked last time. No reason it can't work again.
30 seconds
The
left.
last time the site was completely open, nobody from Hawks was really able to stop the reinforcements from hitting the site, and Umbrella is disconnected. And not only that, Hero is through mid. It's a 2 versus 3. Dragons at a disadvantage, and Azerbel all alone on site.
Player standing.
Hawks one, but Meow for the trade. Doors going down, and now they know Hero, only one place you can be. The lockdown, it's called in. Myth able to watch it, win it. 10-2 we go. The defuse. A monstrous lead for HCC heading into the half.
And you notice as soon as they realize Azerbel is alone on that site, they get the confirmation when Hero picks up the lurk frag through mid. They just pick up the pace and run them down. Azerbel just didn't have a chance. The speed with which the Hawks were getting back into the site. The lockdown really just, for good measure, style points, if you will. It seems like a small victory, but 10-2 feels downright attainable compared to 12-0.
I mean, it seems like the same thing. It's not too far off.
I mean, no, but
Both
it is a little bit more
that
space.
you never want to find yourself in.
I saw like 2 10-2 comebacks this weekend, so maybe I'm just coping.
Well, the Dragons need to harness a little bit of that copium. Oh, what is this wall call from Umbrella so early? No sound even to prompt this. It's a full audible out of the HCC Hawks to take control of mid, run it down, and try to bully their way into market here. Ray forced off. Hero re-clears through trees. Gonna catch out Meow Meow, and Burb shuts the door and gets Zamu before it fully closes.
This is a fantastic looking pistol round. The Hawks seemed a little bit lost. They initially took contact over at A, but Dragons, ambitious with the rotations, have caught some timings to put themselves in a winnable scenario. 4-on-2, 2-player advantage. The A side is open, Seymour. Plant will certainly go down, and there's a full kit of utility for lag.
I mean, we saw a 2v4 back on Lotus out of the Hawks. That was when Zamu was alive. This time, Leg and Myth Lunar. Two players that you definitely do not want to scoff at. Two players who have stepped up a lot in this map individually.
Watch your eyes.
Can they clutch up for the team? Leg. Talked away. You have Myth in hell. Now they both swing together, and together they fall. So HCC Dragons, they find their third round on Ascent. They're able to take the pistol in the second half. And Vincent, if there is a list of things you need to attain to make this comeback, it all starts with the pistol.
And it does. Love what we were seeing as well. The Dragons, they were very quick on rotations, which is understandable considering they are up against such a crazy numbers disadvantage, 10-2. So just trying to get as many players to the site as they can early. They went for the early A rotate because there was that contact made in that direction. But they were quick to answer to the mid presence as well. As soon as they heard the rotations coming, Hero had a great timing. I think that the Dragons already on defense, I know it's early, you know, we just saw that one round, but looking very good. Though a little interested at the tactical timeout right afterward. Whatever they need to do in order to get these winning rounds, it's perfectly valid.
I think Ascent is a tough one too, because a lot of people will argue that it is an attacking sided map in comparison to other two-site maps in Valorant, and that's because of the B site. And I think the Dragons really need to take that into consideration, that it's one of those sites that you're either going to go all in, and that's going to affect your rotations over towards A, or you need to leave it up to the retakes. And the Dragons' retakes have not been looking very good on their defensive side. So when you take that all into consideration, Vincent, you then look to the Dragons to start getting aggressive on some angles and taking these duels versus the Hawks, not allowing to get these early plants out. And that is a whole nother story of how difficult it has been. Burb, lucky to be alive with this judge. Smokes up, they get out.
It's an ambitious angle with a judge, I'll tell you that.
Hero.
Out in the middle of Narnia right there, Seymour.
Reflash, Owl Drone, Judge. And it only gets one. You don't always see that. Usually the Judge gets more, but information from Azerbel, and you have a rotation from Ray.
Right here.
The Guardian in hand, but the Judge recovered from Yoko. Umbrella gonna re-clear. Azerbel takes down Zamu, and Azerbel off the bench into the lineup and starting to turn the tides.
Much needed triple kill there from Azerbel as well. That was starting to fall apart very quickly. Could have been seeing Yoko with a multi-frag considering the position of that Judge, but well done to her, Azerbel. Stepping up for the squad, putting the Dragons up to 4. This is the gun round. I will say I appreciate the Hawks not going for some crazy force buy, which, considering the dominance they've showed, wouldn't have been out of the realm of reason. But instead, just trying to get the guns out quickly.
I think a big step in confidence comes down to these duels, and you allow these Dragons to start to get hot. We know Hero can take over. We've been seeing that here on Ascent. Hero has really been playing exceptionally on this Killjoy.
I'm wondering if that that flame wall was on purpose, like there's a gap there, or if that's something that they've like practiced, or if it just happened.
Be interesting because it leaves a little bit of a false sense of security.
Yeah, it does. That's kind of what I was noticing, thinking maybe there is some practice here to this this Phoenix pick.
They line up, a little bit of damage with the Spectre, but nothing to write home about. Azerbel caught in the paranoia. Needs a little bit of help and surrounded by players from the Hawks. Meow Meow takes down the help. Myth removes the site now. Spike down. 2 versus 3 for the retake. Meow Meow is able to play this over towards Link. The turret's going to get all the information that she needs. Burb knows the turret is here. Full post-plant setup. Looking to get dissected. Burb flashes out. Meow Meow gets caught. 1v2. Things have turned. They know Yoko should be playing in wine.
Remaining.
But a Vandal in the hand and the time is going down. Burb, hot flash swings it. And Burb's gonna get it done. Should be plenty of time for the defuse, Vincent. And you need clutches like that now if you're the Dragons.
That you do. I mean, and for the first time this entire series, that's the Hawks in an advantage situation in the post plant losing out.
Yeah.
2 on 3. The Dragons have a disadvantage, and they walk in. I mean, it all starts with Reistaku, who's maybe been a little bit of a slower pace in this map than the previous one, delivering when it matters the most, and stepping up for the team. Not only that, but Burb, not 1v1. Yoko clearly not expecting to see somebody so close after the 0 point comes through, nor expecting to see utility flying their way, but it was already in the air when the 0 point popped. The half buy, not much in the pocket, as there will be on a bit of an eco for the Hawks.
And that's a Burb too, who swaps off the duelist into the... Oh. Oh, no. Burb? Burb, please. Burb, please. For the Dragons.
Your fault.
No, that's a stinger moment.
That is... Ooh, Zabu, how are you alive?
I don't know. Meow Meow, though, going to be caught, and this is going to be a quick retake. Low damage, low HP on multiple players for the Hawks. I'm the Dragons here. You're just looking to hit this quickly. Flash out. Zamu plays counter to it, and Umbrella gets caught by their own curveball. 2v2, 2v1. Zamu for the ace.
You should have seen your faces.
Not like that. Absolutely not. The Dragons, it's a round that should have been easy comparative to what they've been dealing with. Now, they just allow for Zamu to walk out. It's an error that is so easy to make for Azrael, but you can't be swinging out in the middle of nowhere with your knife.
Oh, you have to jump peek that.
Drop.
I mean, that wasn't even a peek. It was just a moment of not thinking, of just not thinking about the consequences of that action. It's just not expecting somebody to be so far up, so aggressive. Oh, that is brutal.
And in a moment, it all falls apart. The Dragons, I mean, they put 3 rounds in a row.
Blocking sight.
Now they need to play near flawless to keep Hawks away from getting to match point. Burb tucked in a corner, looking for 2, and Burb's gonna get it.
Here's the trade.
Such a big moment for the HCC Dragons. The spike still looking to go down. Flash out, but Hero brings this into a 5v2. Odin sprang through the smoke. The Ares gonna get the better. The run it back will not lead to a kill, but a round win for the retake. The Dragons, they give up the plant, but they get the round.
Shout out Burb, who's somehow allowed to live. I mean, there was 2 players close on the door. I thought for sure they would swing through, but instead Burb gets away and then grabs another one, can put the null command in action. Oh my goodness. Dragons starting to make this interesting. Might just have a game here.
Oh boy, Vincent. I mean, and Burb, the point that I was making earlier about Burb on the duelist, it's not like I hated Burb playing on the duelist, but it just seemed like there was an essence of pressure on the Rays that didn't allow Burb to really play to the freedoms that you kind of hoped for a player who can, you know, excel in that slaying category. But here on the KO, played a little bit more safer with their utility, setting themselves up for success very often. And that has been the difference maker for a lot of these rounds here. Into the next one, Bladestorm. Zamu rips Hero out of market.
Burb's got a lot of space over towards Catwalk, at least. That's going to be info they need, but here's that back boathouse swing. Zamu's unstoppable.
No way. Everything's leading to B. And you have presence here if you're Ray and Odin. Can you stop this oncoming traffic? They're surrounding and nobody dies, so 4v1. All right, Burp. I talk the talk. Let's see you walk the walk.
I'm just trying to get the fragment out. It's at 6 HP. And the 1v4 now cut to 3. The Hunter's Fury, and they've got a lockdown too. It's, yeah, It's over, I think,
It
for
is
Burb.
so over. There's just no time to find all 3 kills. And this is the issue with the B site and why you kind of have to, if you're going to give it up, you give it up. If you're not going to give it up, you really need to play aggressive on the site, is because once that site take happens, if you don't hit it right away, Vincent, I mean, it is not an easy retake to make. A lot of time, a lot of energy. And that is just not what the Dragons have in this round. So match point attained from the HCC Hawks. They're looking for the grand finals.
Match point.
And they're ready to get there.
1 round away from that position, indeed. The Dragons not out of this one yet, though. I mean, let's just talk over what they've got going for them. They have guns. They've got a Hunter's Fury, a lockdown. There's tools there. They can definitely do this. What I want to see from them, though, is for them to take space like they did in the last round, but obviously, you know, don't have a Blade Storm to contend with. 0 points probably pretty chunky.
It is. And not only that, the turret's going to get the rest of the information. The Owl Drone confirms it. Zamu is aggressive, and he's just going to go up and over right into the site. Umbrella needs this kill, but it's not going to happen. Zamu paving way for the rest of the team. The 0 point, a little bit more information. Now the lockdown from the defenders, and the attacker is going to invest one of their own. Hunter's Fury destroying the defender's lockdown, and now the attackers looking to get this spike in, but it's the Hunter's Fury from Ray. A chance thrown into the round here from the Dragons with a retake. 1v3 for Leg, and it's just not to be. The Dragons, they stay alive. A lot invested with their heads above the water.
Ray might not have gotten the Hunter's Fury off onto the lockdown, but they got the double kill instead. Far more valuable. And it was almost, I think, 3 players locked down there, actually, but they got into the site fast enough. I think it was Burb who was there. It's the spam down and clutches that out, and oh my goodness, it's a timeout.
Yeah.
The Hawks, they're getting worried. They're starting to get a little concerned. That's what this timeout tells me, Seymour, is that they are no longer here to play games. Well, they are, but they're no longer messing around.
That's a round, and I think it's the only round where you see the Hawks open up with a first blood, get the spike down, and lose the round after investing a lot into it as well. The Hunter's Fury as well as the lockdown from both sides, and they lose the tug of war. It's the first time that they've lost a tug of war within this whole series. And that just shows that the Dragons, although the fire may be dim, it is not out just yet. And heading into the back half now of this map, you can see that the Dragons, they're ready to kind of lay everything on the line. Everything that they have going into this map in general to stay alive in the NECC.
There's certainly sparks at the back of their throat. We'll see if they can throw fire down range. There's 5 more rounds. Not just to win, but just to get to overtime. Step number 1 of the getting to OT.
Look at this. It's a fast hit onto A. Azerbell. Paranoia is going to slow it. Oh, no. Doesn't seem like they're able to escape in time, and that's going to be a first blood site taken again. And a needed retake. Zamu looking to push the extremities, but it's trades, and that's going to leave us in a 3-on-3.
Not in the best of post-plant scenarios, though. Look at how stuck they are.
Yoko.
Hawks are struggling.
Flash out.
Player standing.
Yoko alone. Another flash pops out, but the wall is going to block it. Yoko's going to walk through.
Remaining.
And then fire.
Oh,
the fire from Umbrella burns Yoko alive. A defuse again. The clutch again. The Dragons putting up a fight.
I don't think I've seen that animation or that visual in the kill feed in some time.
It's been a while.
Firewall gets a kill.
Granted, we don't always see Phoenixes these days. When we do, I enjoy a good Phoenix pick.
Hey, same here. Umbrella putting it together. And it's another round closer for the Dragons. We got to keep in mind as well, the Hawks bought into that last round. I mean, you know, they've lost quite a few now, so their money's doing okay. They're going to go into it with another investment. Judge on Zamu, but everybody else has rifles.
Yeah, best gun of the game. Don't want to count Zamu out. Even with this shoddy tailwind right through Cloudburst. To split them up and right in towards Market. Hero now has the Phantom given over Theoric Umbrella. Trading on site gets 2, but Zamu's going to keep the numbers in favor of the Hawks, and Yoko pushes out. It's all down to Burb. 1v3 for the retake, and they are hunting Zamu. Low on health. This is doable.
Doable, but how winnable? I mean, HP is low. A lot of places to cover off, but this 0 point, oh, it's wasted. Could have given all the confirmation that they were both sight, but instead, Burb's gonna have to play it a little bit more passively.
Flash out, swings it, and goes for the alarm butt, but Zamu is there. 13-8. The Hawks put it away. A 2-0 on the night is going to give them their grand final spot here in the Navigators Mid-East A division. Vincent, I mean, you got to give a little bit of respect over towards the Dragons for what they were able to put together on that ascent, but it seems like from start to finish, the Hawks, they were in the driver's seat and they never left.
Yeah, I mean, they may have taken their foot off the gas pedal there once or twice, but they certainly were always in control. And even as it got a little bit closer there towards the end, I mean, shout out to taking a timeout, you know, putting some respect, I think, on the Dragons' name, especially when they're, you know, realizing, hey, things are getting close. Let's get serious once again. As much as I think we didn't get to see the best for the Dragons on that first map, we did start to see everybody have impact. You know, there was a lot of missing pieces on Lotus, but a lot of big step ups from, you know, Burb, from Hero. I think there was, you know, a lot of moments where that impact was starting to get felt where we didn't see it on Lotus. And I think props for you know, getting to that point. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, though, these Dragons.
I think, you know, heading into the next season, I'm excited to see what the Dragons put together and what changes for this team. I don't think that there's really much when it comes down to the roster that needs to change for them, but there's a lot of untapped potential that can be unleashed in towards this division. I'm excited to see the Dragons, you know, back into the NECC once more next season. But for the Hawks, their road just continues to get better and better. I mean, they showed up and they put on a clinic today when it comes down to this best of 3. Lotus 13-0. I mean, it doesn't get better than that when you look at a map. You can just see that the confidence heading into Ascend was above and beyond, and rightfully so. I will say Zamu continues to put on MVP performances constantly for this HCC Hawks team, and you can see that other players are starting to show up and get comfortable behind them. I mean, Leg has so many triple kills or 3Ks in rounds, clutch scenarios, and transitional kills on the map that leads to a lot of those early round wins on the first half. Meow Meow, even you're starting to see this Killjoy really get comfortable in a lot of these post plants, stay alive into these areas where the Killjoy can really be impactful. And on the opening of a lot of those rounds for the defensive side, Meow Meow was making it difficult for the Dragons to really take these sites, always getting information, always kind of manipulating these attackers. And I think that you can really see that the Hawks, although they are already a fantastic team, they are still improving.
Yeah, I think it was Yoko for me that was the most interesting to watch coming into the second map after we know what to expect from Zamu. I mean, we saw them play in the regular season, and you know, saw them back on Lotus. It was just continuation of that, but I thought that Yoko had some really big moments, was really consistent, and I mean, very much in the same way that Burb was able to utilize some of that KO utility to really set themselves up for success. I think Yoko was doing the same. All of that, though, now looking forward to the grand finals. That is where this Hawks squad will be heading, and I don't think we have who they will be playing just yet, but I can't wait to see what they do up against whoever they were playing.
No, we don't know who the other semifinals is, at least off the top of my head right now, Vincent, but we do know who is going to be up next on stream as we're heading over towards the Legends division at 9 p.m. It's going to be UMass Beacons versus Stevens University. Apologies, it's going to be the Champions Division. That's going to be happening at 9 p.m. Eastern, folks. Stay tuned for some more NECC because the playoffs, it has been a grand old time. But for myself and Vincent, we're going to be taking a backseat. We'll see you all next time, next week, for some more action. Take care. Have a great night.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the semifinals here for NECC VALORANT. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me, none other than the spectacular Mick. And Mick, what a semifinals we have for ourselves tonight, with UMass Beacons going up against Stevenson University. Something interesting, though, too. This is a bit of a rematch coming in from the regular season now into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a little bit of a grudge match considering here, but not the biggest deal in the world. Considering that, at the end of the day, everybody's gotten to this point once more. Both these teams made it through and to get to this point in the playoffs, and have also found themselves winning out the first round as well. So not really the biggest deal in the world. It's just a little more history to let them know, okay, what exactly are we dealing with, and how are we going to approach this problem for the second time around?
Absolutely. And also, I think when we're looking at the overall narrative of what's been going on, I got to talk about Stevenson a little bit here, because when coming into this matchup for the semifinals, had a little bit of an upset going up against the BSC Bobcats, where took down the number 3 seed to get in here to take on the number 2 now. So you got stars in your eyes. You're looking at this rematch. You're filled with rage, maybe out for blood as well. A lot going on here. But, we got to see if they're going to be able to capitalize on that and actually make it work tonight to move into the grand finals.
Yeah, well, obviously, speaking about these two teams, we got to go ahead and get things laid out. We got to lay the groundwork for what teams are working with. And already starting off with the UMass Beacons, we're going to go with Murphy's, Thomas, Vision, Billy, Ray, and Wingsit. So I love just seeing the players' names. Not really the biggest deal in the world, because obviously you're going to be hearing them at least 3,000 times over the course of, this next 2 hours at minimum, I'd say. But obviously, go ahead and get acclimated with those, because, they're kind of expected to really come into this thing swinging, knowing they're 2-0 compared to the 2-1 of their counterpart, which is going to be that Stevenson University.
Now we take a look over at the Stevenson University lineup. We got Fast, Sister Saltine, Splash, Devant, and Nick. I'm a big fan of the name Sister Saltine. Nick, I don't know about you, but it's summoning some things inside of me. I kind of want some chili now, a little bit of saltine crackers with that. But hey, we go into the map veto. We got Bind going into Split, and if we need to, the decider of Lotus. So this is actually, in my opinion, Mick, a bit of a shakeup out of what we usually see out of the map pool.
To some degree, obviously the Bind, I think, is just kind of traditional to some degree, kind of fills in the same bill as Ascent, just not nearly to the same degree Ascent does. But Split is the one that I kind of feel like a little bit of a curveball. This is one of the maps where we can actually see teams kind of have a little bit of a specialization, a much better ground understanding of knowledge of what this map can provide and how to really play it, just because Split can be very, very difficult to maneuver, knowing the verticality of it, that it always kind of feels like an outlier. I'm hoping the next map kind of introduces that same element of verticality, because that's that kind of unique trait about it. But Lotus, that third map, honestly, I feel like teams have been getting more and more used to this. Knowing that Haven got kicked out of the map pool, this has been that kind of easy rotation substitute for those teams that like those 3 map sites. And honestly, while it fits the bill, it's not as basic, sure, but knowing the kind of power we've noticed with agents and kind of seeing these evolutions over time, it makes sense that you got to add a little more pizzazz in there to kind of fit the bill.
Yeah, and Lotus is definitely that pizzazz map, but it all starts off on Bind, and obviously Bind's been that mainstay map for a lot of collegiate teams. We see them come onto here occasionally. It hasn't been often, which is why, it's surprising not to get that Ascent or that Icebox, mixing instead taking over the desert sands of Bind and seeing what you can work with here, right? It's pretty much a set idea of what the agent pool is going to look like, whether you're running with that double controller of the Viper and Brimstone to be able to push yourself onto side if you're the attack. We've also been seeing out of the VCTs, right, make a lot of Yoru play.
Yeah. I think, honestly, that's more of a tricklenomics than another one of my duos, like I mentioned, just kind of starting at that VCT level, going ahead and sending things down the line as we do see the challengers and the collegiate and the college and whatever, even high school leagues that we get every here and there. And we do see that kind of tricklenomics occur over and over and over again. But I think Yoru, honestly, has been one of those kind of players that we've seen want to be integrated by so many guys over and over and over again, that finally, whenever everybody's waiting for that green light from VCT saying, okay, if a pro can do it, I'm not throwing anymore. It's actually doable. If they get paid to do it, I can do it as well. And Yoru with that TENS kind of, that LCQ qualifier game that went on between TENS and Austin where they were both playing it, that was the moment that everybody was like, okay, this is doable. They have now both done it, and I think everybody else can as well. And we have seen Yoru after Yoru after Yoru on this map. And it's much as I love to see him now being integrated, I'm still waiting for the innovation once more. And I think that honestly came through with the Gecko. We're now seeing the Sky nerfs come through. We're seeing Geckos kind of pop up everywhere now. And just really, what can't this guy do, quite frankly? So I think, honestly, with the Sky being out, the Gecko being in, you still get those flashes. You still get that support for your rays. And you still get the kind of traditional map that we're used to. The only switch up really now a lot is for that Sentinel stage, where you see Chamber and Cypher being the biggest decider.
Yeah, and obviously with Chamber coming in with some of the buffs that he got, the reduced cost of the Headhunter, obviously easier to buy bullets and be able to play around that. But I still think the dominant factor is going to be that Cypher as the Sentinel. Don't get me wrong. I think Chamber is phenomenal. I think they're spectacular, especially in the hands of a person who can use this agent to their fullest potential. But then you're missing out on a lot of those trip potential, a lot of being able to lock down the site. If the Chamber isn't feeling spicy, if they aren't feeling like they are one with the Headhunter, then it's just free real estate all over the place. And that's why I always tend to lean towards the Cypher. So much utility, so much different ways of being able to play your own lurks, but also defending yourself from being attacked on your own flank. Now, yeah, Chamber has their own trip, but let's be real, it's kind of like whatever they can do. It's okay, but with the map-wide potential of Cypher, I always put my cards in my deck in that on that agent. But now we have an agent select to go through. We get a better idea of how things are looking. And hey, Mick, it's all Gecko all the time for us.
Who would have guessed? It's not like Sky's been nerfed and Gecko can just do everything now while simultaneously planning the spike and still taking a gunfight. It's almost like it's way too good to have a 6th man. But speaking of the 5th man, that duelist, the thing that we talked about, I always let the default to the Rays. The crazy thing to me is seeing now a duelist, seeing Nick on that jet. Not seeing a Rays on this map, to me, is just a blasphemy. I mean, it's not insane, but it just feels like we've gotten too used to seeing that agent on this map as that signature duelist. Maybe as a secondary, you would maybe get a Reyna here and there, or you could maybe opt for that jet if you want to go for that defensive side operator play. But seeing Nick just only being that singular jet in this circumstance, it's going to have to be something that really stands up to the tables here and really proves me wrong because, well, it's your comfort picks. And let's see whether or not that actually gets anything going here.
Wow, right through the wall. Nick is going to grab our first
Oh my
blood,
God.
making a second shot. They're feeling dicey with it, feeling pretty good. And the murder scene of showers littered with bodies now. As the UMass Beacons are able to push their way finally onto the site, the remnants of Stevenson University needs to go to defuse.
Slow and steady here for this retake. I mean, already looking at the other 2 players that are remaining, you don't really have too much of an actual retake kind of setup for yourself. You get a Viper, you get a Cypher, and sure, you're okay with that. But, I mean, that kind of stuff is much better on the defensive end, on the post plant, when you're on that attacking side. And even then more so, we look at the Arsenal, both of them running classics. It makes things pretty darn difficult when you're up against a Sheriff. So, Murphy's able to go ahead and close out that 3rd kill for the round. Already looking to go for that orbital strike, but even then looking at everybody else and what's going on here, I mean, a very good start from Stevenson University of getting those initial picks. I feel like the aggression was warranted. You saw Nick get the right kills at the right time. The problem is a little bit of an overzealousman, I'd say, and even then more so look at the rest of the team not really kind of collaborating off that, giving a chance of that escape window. Kind of opened up a little bit too much freebies for the side of UMass to pick up these Sheriffs and kind of just steamroll that site. So now with the purchase underway, and 2 Sheriffs still on the side of Stevenson University, they still want to take some fights, but they're just not probably going to be able to make the round look super winnable. You just want to be expensive.
UMass Beacons, first round on the board. Went over to that A site, now an adjustment to fight it on B. Cypher's over here, but not enough trips really to stop them. Inside of the camera, figure out how many you're gonna have to deal with exactly. But even with that trip being where it is, Mick, there's no one really watching it until the Cypher finally makes their way over there. But no one's grabbing the bait just yet. Ray finds their first one, gonna swing around, pick up a second and make that a 3rd kill. Ray's feeling themselves tonight and maybe able to convert the 4th. Nick does have aim on their side, but what they don't have is health. 2 HP. All you need to do is sneeze on them.
Yeah.
Well, Wingston has a little bit more than a sneeze for old Nick. UMass Beacons get the 2nd round done pretty cleanly, all things considered.
Yeah, 4 guns carried over. One of those being a Bulldog, one of those being a Guardian, the other 2 Spectres. I mean, you're not really complaining about that result whatsoever. I mean, you have plenty to work with. And even more so, you do have those Sheriffs to be passing over to Ray. In the meantime, that was picked up off those other 2 players that died. So you're kind of very thankful to know that at least some element of a gun was handed over to you, and even then more so, you do have a couple of rifles being brought into the next one, but it really comes down to excelling and making sure the right players have these guns. I like the Brimstone running the Guardian. You got to have that spacing. I like the Duelist running that Spectre, getting close and kind of comfortable with these close quarter fights. And even then, running the Bulldog, that Gecko being that all-rounder, able to go ahead and get enough damage to at least find that singular kill on Nick. And you know that that's going to be an avenue now they're going to be looking at, because that's a drop weapon and that's a free rifle for whoever didn't find it, which was going to be Ray. But he's just not there. He's lurking about somewhere else with that sheriff in hand, looking to find somewhat of a result. And you really can't blame him, considering that you don't have the best weapon in the world. You're just watching that flank. And 900 creds going to look really good if you can trade that off for 2,700.
UMass Beacon's in a really good spot, though. That early initial jet pick, even though they didn't pick up the weapon, I like the discipline from them to not try and go forward and risk their lives. But so much space is being taken over. Wingsit didn't see Maddie hiding right next to the smoke. Saw Wingman pinged out by the Cypher trip, but the spike being planted, now all onus on Stevenson University to fight and get onto the site to begin that defuse. And so all of the angles covered by UMass Beacons, and even though the firepower isn't up to snuff, should be good enough to be able to accomplish something here. Bring it out! Maddie doesn't need to look behind them. They pick up one. Thomas is gonna try and fight for even more, but Splash has it on the ready. Molly on the ground, trying to stop them, but Murphs just can only do so much by themselves. It's up to Vision Billy in a 1v3. Whatever moments you can get, maybe moot. Wingman's going for the defuse. He's going to try and stop them, but try as they might. Stevenson University holds strong. It's their first round on the board, costly as it may be.
Yeah, I mean, just an insane trade-off, all things here. I mean, looking at the 3-year players dropping, that's a lot of guns, a lot of money just being tossed over nearly for nothing, and knowing that University of Massachusetts, everything was sitting on a bonus for them. They didn't really even buy up. They had a sheriff still in one of those players' hands. We even then saw Thomas able to go ahead and grab a kill with the sheriff as well. So you're looking at everybody else just kind of lining things up and just really taking what they can, and really just finding nothing but an absolute bonus out of that round, knowing they grabbed the majority of the kills. So Stevenson University, the biggest trade away you have in that kind of round is knowing what kind of advantage do we have overarching, and that's going to be those two ultimates. Funny thing is not an advantage. It's just even grounds here, because Gecko and Cypher, you have these same exact two things on the attacking side of the map that this round alone is just purely driven by the economy, where once again, Mass is just kind of winning it out. So we'll see whether they can actually make something out of it, because you got to judge winning on you and Hookah, which could be the determining factor of getting some free upgrades.
I want to say that Maddie is Sister Saltine. For an update, be very careful right here. You're going to walk inside of that door, and Maddie is walking away for free. They almost got away with it, but instead Splash is going to be one to walk away with both of those kills inside of Hookah. Now Nick needs to fight out for even more, but nothing is going to be given to them. And Splash's role has been stopped. This is looking phenomenal for UMass Beacons, even more phenomenal for Thomas. Now all alone to try and go for the retake. Our Devant. Maybe a call here to save.
Yeah, not the worst shot in the world. I think knowing that you're nothing but a Brimstone, and sure, while Brimstone can get a lot of things done, have this available to them, making sure the investment here, the Thrash kind of doesn't go to waste, and even then more so just kind of looking for these opportunities. You're good that you know that you bring up the majority of the Beacon's resources in terms of those ultimates. That's the overarching thing that you're kind of constantly concerned about, and knowing that's going to be out of the way, knowing that you're more so just kind of looking at this next round, the potential of that. Comes down to what guns will you have available, what kind of resources will you have in terms of the money, because UMass, as we know, came into this round with better money at the end of things, and Stevenson University, when they're already kind of in a little bit of a drought, last thing you want to do is just go ahead and use up the rest of your water.
UMass Beacons doing it right. Phenomenal way that they went about doing it too, even after they lost so much inside of Hookah. The remaining players that were left alive, just no one from Stevenson could stop them. Put firepower in the hands of this team, put the weapons, put the rifles, and it feels like you give them a chance and an opportunity, even the thinnest of openings, they're going to barge right in. Now up 3, Stevenson's 1. The only one on the side of Stevenson who has anything to work with is Devon. That's just coming off the last round, them living.
I mean, it's all they're really going to have to work with, and it's all they're going to have to kind of scratch together. Knowing, I mean, already you do have the Blaze Storm. That's going to be your kind of second best option. But even then sometimes maybe better. But I mean, this is going to be those trade-off moments where you're hoping that the Jet will actually go ahead and make that trade-off of not having a raise. Sure, you could go ahead, shove a showstopper right into your enemy's face and find yourself maybe a couple kills off that, or even then, it's better yet, at least one in the gun to trade off, because that's all you're looking for. The Blaze Storm is more of a kind of a setup for the rest of the team, so if that doesn't last until that post plant, if you don't carry on guns for the rest of your squad off the back of that alone, you're not really utilizing it the way you need to.
Fast. It's just the trip. They're gonna get caught by Ray instead. Phenomenal headshot, and this is insane from UMass Beacons. How far out they've pushed to just win all of the gunfights that were presented to them, and now Devant is just forced to try and save once more. And you've done that twice in a row now. 2 rounds. Just nothing that UMass Beacons is giving away to Stevenson.
In all those situations, I mean, already the bigger thing that we talk about, I mean, with those circumstances where you know a player was on the other side of those crates, you're waiting it out, a Cypher's probably within proximity, and the showstopper, you shoot that around a corner, you bounce right back, and it's basically a fight that you literally cannot take as a regular player. And with the Blaze Storm, you're forced to actually just find those engagements. I mean, we're not looking at cracks really starting to seep through, because obviously Stevenson University, they have found themselves at the exact same point in this bracket, exact same point of this season as the UMass has. But all things considered, it's just more so we're going to need to see what exactly they can bring to the table and what they're going to be providing to really step things up and show where they're going to get these trade-offs from. And I think this is going to be the round to do that. The one thing that Jet can have over a Raze is that big cannon you hear shooting off back in the background, because, well, Nick is letting you know what the answer may be. It's going to be possibly that cannon coming into play, looking for those longer lineups and looking for those free kills that just can't be traded off the tail with.
The disastrous part about this for Nick, though, is that UMass is all the way over on the other side. Thomas ripping through the dimensions, now going to put in a nice little orbital strike from Murphy's. Has destroyed Maddie. Now another opportunity here for them, even ripping out of the dimension. Splash was ready for it to pick off from that, and so the numbers have been evened out once more. Best chance we've seen from Stevenson, all playing together as the team that we know that they're capable of. UMass Beacons, the way that they've spread out onto the site, gonna make it so difficult for that to actually come to fruition. Splash is at that low health. Wingsent calm, cool, and collected, but Thrash is going to send them and destroy them. It is now 3 on for Stevenson. UMass is going to try and walk on there, but this is exactly what they needed. He only has 2 HP. Need to check and clear the corners, but it ain't happening. Not today, not if Stevenson University has anything to say. His patience and the diligence from this team paid off. I liked that they didn't rush on the site, right? They were looking for those ones. They were trying to get those picks. And then once they got them, that's when they were pushing forward onto the site. They were looking towards that aggression from UMass Beacons, maybe getting antsy, maybe filled with overconfidence, paid off in dividends.
Even then, that was more of an answer, just kind of retaliation to the overinvestment of utility, I'd say, in terms of the UMass Beacons already starting things off with that orbital or that sky barrage, and you even then kind of as a follow-up have the dimensional drift. I mean, everything's there where you're saying there's no way they're not going to take this much space. So just go ahead, play back, let them come to us. We still have ultimates of our own, and that Thrash was able to find too. So I mean, you got to look at what we're seeing at Stevenson University, being that discipline, just slowing things down and kind of taking on a moment-to-moment notice. Just saying what is necessary for this. Don't get overzealous. Don't swing one by one. For the love of God, that's the last thing we need. Just kind of take it easy and figure out what needs to happen here next. And already on that defensive side, when they're not even pushing up, when they're not playing for the retake, they're still just waiting it out, not really peeking for too much, playing off of information and seeing, okay, how can our back ends cover our front guys? Because at this point, we just need them as piece of utility. We just need them as information and nothing really more.
In the commitment of utility, now the commitment of Wingsent on the site themselves. Thomas is going to eliminate Devant. How fast? Waiting for Mosh Pit to blow up at their feet. One shot from Nick, but shots aren't ringing true. Vision Villy. Air shots on the flip side are going exactly where it needs to be done. Maddie, slow approach onto here. Right through the box. Thomas has been dealt with. How much more can this one player do while waiting for the rest of the reinforcements to come to them? And with only 34 HP. To clear that close angle behind them. But again, proves to be their demise. Wingsent doing their duty, getting the double kill. In fact, you're even going to make Nick run away with the operator. Billy! Beautiful jump peek. They're not going to take... Are they really going to take any more chances than that? Descending upon them from behind. Oh, this is even bigger for UMass Beacons. They've gotten rid of the operator, so a lot more breathing room to work with.
It's, I mean, honestly, really worth the risk there at the end of the day. I mean, I really can't blame them, considering you had so much time already. Nick was just sitting towards the back of the map and spawn, and honestly, if you could just eliminate that sight line, once again, I mean, you were working about smokes over and over again, setting up those smokes for that lineup, making sure that player can't cut you off, knowing that that can now just be allocated more so to an actual sight take. That it can be allocated more so to a little more aggression when you're not concerned about that back end or that singular player just having that advantage and the over-looming sense of a single shot kill on top of you. You can really take these fights a lot more aggressively, and knowing that obviously Yoru kind of binds that mentality, it's kind of something that you want to take the aggression and take the chance to really lock down if possible. So speaking of aggression, we're already seeing Ray pushed up extremely far right toward Tuka, but unfortunately can't really find a kill off the back of it when you look at two players presenting themselves to you.
Maddie being the one to pull forward like that drew the crosshair away, and that actually gave Splash the opportunity to land the headshot with the Vandal. Thomas's flash right through the smoke, then one right to the head of Nick. Wing sent. Thomas have this cross set up, ready to go. Thomas is 4K. They actually be able to convert that into the ace. I mean, Devon only has 5 HP, but Vision Billy, Ansi couldn't wait for it. Gets rid of them, and now UMass Beacons, at the very least, has a secured first half.
That's all they really need here, considering the kind of aggressive start they had to work with, and look at the momentum they were playing off of on the back of the pistol rounds. I mean, I was expecting something like this, to say the least. At least a 6-6, and I mean, with UMass kind of coming out on top, knowing those first two rounds going to their way, the way they found the third, even then, the third is always the most telling of whether or not you can actually play from being ahead, having that guaranteed advantage. If Stevenson University only found 2 players off the back of that, you're saying, well, when it looks equal for the rest of this half, what is that going to tell you about them then? And already you're seeing that things are just not looking too hot. Still a good bit of utility to work with, even then a lot of aggression trying to come in through those showers areas, an area that we have not seen too much actual wars of attrition over just yet. But now as it kind of comes to light, we're seeing that Stevenson University, that could be one of their kind of stronger places on the map.
Oof. Beautiful from Murphy's. Get the double kill in Garden, but may not be enough for the rest of the Beacons. This is actually going to pull Stevenson away, though. Force him to go on this counter rotate. No one to anchor the site. Nick has to realize that at some point, maybe someone is going to be aggressing onto the actual site itself, but big crux of this situation, Mick, is you're just giving this up for free. No one has any vision. Ray's going to push up into there. Really, Nick is still covering this elbow.
Smoke's down.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just backs off, but they want to keep going. Even with the smoke in front of them, that could be good enough here to fool Stevenson. Yeah, that's good. That's good. They use Thrash right there. Ray is going to pay for their transgressions of daring to push forward. You're going to leave poor Murphys all behind with only 30 HP to their name. Cruel fate. It's going to belie them quite potentially here. Going to go for the first. Devon has it on lockdown. Stevenson University inching slowly closer and closer to the Beacon's 6 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, it slowly is going to be kind of the key here, keeping things at a moderate pace to some degree where it just doesn't feel like these rounds are overwhelming. You can't really do anything about it, but knowing the ultimate allocation and seeing the kind of utility available at each team's disposal, the Beacons have a chance to just kind of run through these guys at least for another round when you look at the kind of resources there. I mean, look at the Neural Theft, the Showstopper, the Thrash available. Stevenson University used Thrash in that last round just to go ahead and at least cover off one of those players to play it safe. So it's these things where even when you're at a number advantage and you're still investing this kind of stuff, not just to play some equilibrium, but nail it in like we're seeing right here, it makes more sense when you actually have equal players on the map. Sure, you don't find the most perfect result off the back of that Showstopper, but you still found that presence, you still get that intimidation, you still get that real estate to get that spike down at least.
I'm loving the fight back that we're getting from Stevenson University. These trades are so good. And it's giving them everything that they could ever want, hope, and dream of. The spike still needs to be planted, delayed shortly by the orbital strike, but finally from Vision Billy, it has been planted. Ray makes their presence known out through lamps. Now in a 1v2. Was so close. It was right there. Like I said, Stevenson University, they know what's up with these trades. They know exactly how they want to try and play through the rest of this defense on Bind. Now 4, UMass Beacon 6.
I mean, I'm just happy to see the Stevenson University starting to kind of figure things out. I mean, looking at the Beacons, I mean, they have a lot to bring to the table, and we see that over and over again on a round-to-round basis. They love getting in the face of these players. They love pushing up. But I mean, I think the Beacons, they understand that setting that line of scrimmage right there at the spawn isn't going to work out too well for them. So they kind of disperse themselves a little bit, spread themselves out towards the back of the map, and kind of keep their area of focus there, saying, look, you can go ahead and extend yourself on the site nearly for free, and we'll just play for the retake. But if you extend past that side, if you want to go ahead and take over the back half of what is supposed to be our area of the map, that's where you start making your mistakes. That's where you start needing to realize where you're overstepping yourselves here. And we see Stevenson University, every time they cross that boundary, that's when they start to wake up and really find these just successful kills without any retortion.
Oh, for the flashbangs, but Thomas is shorty. Just a little too short to find their targets. Flash
Spike planted.
always feeling like they're the ones to save the day as best they can, and even looking towards Murphy's through elbow. Really have to give it up to this player. Finally, their roll has been stopped, but I'm sure they'll take a double kill with a Bulldog any day of the week. But wait, Ray's flank. How far they've been able to push up, but it's not going to be good enough. Stevenson is bulldozing their way against the Beacons. Finally going to be able to go for the spike defuse. No need to do anything else here except for to stick it, but Fast is not going to let Ray forget the name of Stevenson University. Now it's just a 1-round differential for a tied first half.
Still so much time on the board there. I mean, Spike had just went down. I mean, you're looking at Ray, you're hoping things will speed up a little bit, and they just don't really happen that way. But instead of the Stevenson University, we have now seen 3 rounds accumulate, the biggest spree inside this matchup so far. It's taken them a minute to kind of wake up and understand what's really being presented to them, but I mean, they have hit those strides nonetheless, and that's all they really have to worry about. Knowing they have a Viper's Pit, they can preemptively pop or play for the retake, knowing that the Beacons don't really have anything else to work with. The other thing that's going to be coming up is that neural theft. Realistically, you have a lot at your disposal here to just go ahead and, as I mentioned, just get right off the get-go, utilize to your advantage, and that neural theft also being available, especially if you can find yourself a Cypher, knowing how close he is to that ultimate, and hunt that guy down. You're just robbing the Beacons of more and more resources.
You're feeling it from the Beacons right now.
Here.
How silently they're working on this. Nick, exercising patience and caution. Not gonna work out for them though. Thomas, clean as can be. Now Wing sent to dash in there as quick as possible. Fast.
There you go.
The crouch is gonna save their day and throw it back in their face. Murphys walks in, gets rid of them. Thomas heard the TP, walk through it. Flash, gonna go for it. Undeniable the impact that this player continues to have. But it's still in the Beacon's territory. Smoke's covering the site. The spike planted. It's a 3v3. Numbers even across all ends. And Neural Theft is going to gather even more of that information.
They're going to cover off the shoe haul. That's the biggest deal in the world. I mean, already you look at the wingman, able to create a little bit of a stone, but Splash can go ahead and find Ray. Devont can go ahead and close off Murphy's, but it comes down to this last individual. Vision Billy, knowing that Spike is still there, you threw the wingman off early. You just got to make sure to get that denial, but even then, with it going through, you just don't have enough time. It was a little bit too late for the side of Stevenson University. They were waiting on the incendiary. Problem is, you got to find at least maybe a half, or even just look for that little tiny pixel angle that'll lot you the space to get it done. So 7-5, not the worst situation in the world considering what we saw to start that half off with. I mean, we were looking at what? 6-2 at a certain point. So knowing you got yourself 3 more back to back, that's a realization that really just kind of puts you back into this game that you're thankful for. The only issue is, though, this is now the kind of half where we're seeing adjustments are going to have to be made once more. We look at the Rays on the attacking side. I'm going to go right back to Nick again to where we saw that operator take play inside of that first half. While it didn't have too much of an effect in every single round, I'm kind of wondering what the replacement is going to look like on this attacking side, because you just don't bring that kind of gun to this side of the field.
No, you don't. What are we going to look at here? Attack towards Garden. Oh, Murphy's going for a slight jiggle peek. Saw their targets. From the smoke down early and a molly to join it. He's going to go up, but might simply walk right past that. Vision Billy has the bead on their target. In goes Wingman. Slapping through, little buddy. Seeing all that they need to. Billy is not giving this up. Not if they have anything to say about it.
It's too easy.
They drop and Wing Scent thrives. 2 kills from that at the range that they were on. And Splash, even with their flank, more can you really hope for here? Catch someone off on the back end. Haven't even gone inside of the TP yet. With how slow they're working through this, the only thing they're going to be rewarded for with their efforts is that 1 kill. Now Maddie, alone, lost, maybe even a little wary of where they need to go. It's on this B, right to the Lion's Den.
A really difficult situation to put your teammate in. Looking at everybody else in that
30
last
seconds
part,
left.
that B long lineup, you saw the incendiary. I mean, any kind of just disconnect there from your team is going to just go ahead and absolutely put a detriment to what you need to get done. Incendiary creating a little bit of a gap, especially the pistol round where you just either have only half armor or you have no armor at all. That 100 damage is getting melted through, and it sets this massive gap between you and your teammate. So it made the Gecko have to swing up. It made the Jet go ahead and dance back and forth and take half of his HP purely off just kind of jiggling, and everybody else is just kind of left there in the back, realizing and kind of seeing the rest of their team just fall to their despair. So it's a really good reaction there from the Beacons to just go ahead and pop that thing reactively, get it in the timing, and even then for the Stevenson University to know that that's not really a place you really swing more times than not. You wait for that presence to come to you, because even if it's through a smoke, it's damage nonetheless.
Always makes me nervous to see teams default on their second round save in the halves. All it takes is 1 clean pick off. That's really all it needs, and you're kind of just using classics. I say that though, but accomplishment from Splash. Seeing how aggressive Thomas wanted to be off their TV, catches them off the back foot, gets a clean pick off there, and on top of that, big Bulldog, big weapon upgrade.
It's always those Yorus, always trying to overextend, look for something early, and it's just like, come on, man. You gotta understand. I mean, there's a line, there's a place and time for everything, and I get it. You want to be that solo hero, you want to be that duelist. That's what Riot tells you are. But let's be real, you're an initiator. Let's calm down a little bit. Even then, more so, one thing that does need to get done, regardless, is still get that spike down. They found themselves a couple upgrades. They've gotten a couple guns, but even in a 2v2 situation, the objective is still the biggest thing here inside this game. And the classic V-gun lineup. Wow, you still see Ray coming out on top, making sure to get that second round, while super expensive nonetheless. Honestly, I mean, it's still enough, because knowing that you got yourself a really expensive third in that last one, which resulted in you having an advantage, you can be happy with the result in this one, saying it's okay if we get demolished. We have the 3 sheriffs. We're still going to have a buy for the next, no matter what.
Exactly. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the hands of UMass Beacons, Mick, that this is going to be watch your heads, right? Watch your head kind of gameplay. Don't get it shot off. Don't be uber aggressive if you're Stevenson, but you also have your crosshair at that head level. I've seen it too many times where teams think they're going to be okay, but that sheriff proves them wrong as can be. Small fight.
I mean, you see the score. You understand that Stevenson University, it's a matter of expectation versus surprises. And honestly, while Stevenson University had to push up, the Beacons, I think they understand they have enough of a kind of a score differential here where you're going to be seeing these kind of a crazy early extensions. Just trying to look for those wild cards. Trying to find the emphasis, trying to use these sheriffs and get something early on, but I think it's the right play here by the likes of Stevenson University. Just run at them. You know you have the advantage. You know you got the better guns. You know you got the numbers. Just have that bullet advantage and spray them down and find an easy round off the back.
Spike planted.
Some spray down going on from Wing Scent outside of Lambs, but
Player standing.
you're seeing Nick, quick readjustment on the headshot. Wing Scent. How much can you make this Bulldog bark? Where's the bite that's gonna go along with it? Turns out it was toothless. Maddie's Vandal cleans up the final pick of the day. And now we have a 6-9 scoreline here. Stevenson University stopping the bonus. Now we're gonna have a UMass Beacons with weapons to work with.
I mean, already figured things out, at least found themselves at third, not nearly as atrocious as what we saw on the last half. So knowing that things are looking feasible here, knowing this could be your first round of equilibrium, I'd say. Sure, you still have some differences in armor, but quite frankly, at the end of the day, Phantom, Vandal, everything's going to be a one-shot headshot to some degree, depending on that range that you're working off of. So understanding your lineups, understanding really where your ballistics can start to excel is going to be a big thing here, because once again, it's not the same situation as that last round. You can't really just run at your opposition and expect that to be free. It's Thomas who comes in on top, literally unscathed in that fight, finds 3, and can back up because you didn't respect the flash that was in front of you.
It cost them everything inside of Showers. And Maddie doesn't even have the spike. Needs to go back over and grab it. Look at who's waiting. Look at who could be there, was there. They went through one TP, only go into another one up inside of heaven. It's Maddie, a 1v4. All alone. Just over half their health left. Where do you go from here? How do you accomplish this task? What can one person do? Vision Billy finally deciding that, okay, someone's got to pick up the spike eventually. I'm going to go check up on that. Oh, hey, there's Maddie. Now UMass Beacons have a 10th round.
There's that double digits, especially with 2 ultimates off the back of it. The showstopper, the dimensional drift, going to be a nice little dynamic duo off the back of each other. Realistically, anything goes well with the dimensional drift, but already going ahead and having a rocket launcher, that could be a free maybe 1, 2, even then a third player with a good bit of damage off the back of it. Knowing that Stevenson University, they're the ones taking this time out to kind of understand how should they start executing these sites, because we haven't seen them with these full rifles, with these full utility rounds. They kind of really have to get a grasp of what's going on in front of them and how to find these defaults and win these fights. And let's be real, that last round, it's not like you can learn too much out of it, because giving a singular player a 3K, it's not really one of those situations where you say, we just play around that and avoid the Yoru. It's more so just kind of understanding that you can't just swing out of a smoke. Even if you go for that utility, it's early enough in the round where that smoke will dissipate at some point. You need to discover other options.
Hopefully with whatever discussions they're having, the options are going to be found. A little bit more clearance, and especially the way that Thomas is giving us this Yoru, and that's exactly what I wanted to see out of Yoru on Bind, right? These early aggressive plays, but also kind of trying to mess with their minds. Sometimes it bites Thomas in the butt, but it hasn't been very often. And listen, Mick, we got it. Every Yoru gets one, right? Where they try to make that flashy play and cost them their life, and then they learn their lesson. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they'll do it again, but for a couple of rounds, they're not going to go super crazy with it. But still, for Stevenson University, that timeout, this needs to be the crux for them to find whatever answer it is to dim the light of the beacons.
It starts once more. Timeout.
Time to jump.
Right before a round where you just don't really have all that much money. I can understand kind of stretching things out, looking for a thrifty, see what you can pull off in a round like this, and kind of giving the teams a little bit of a heads up to say, okay, if you do get something here, this is the game plan if we really start to accumulate these resources. But otherwise, it's just kind of figuring things out, spreading it out, playing it slow, looking at the default, try to get an understanding if anything's changed here. Quite frankly, I mean, the Beacons, they have no reason to change anything. Yoru's been aggressive on the A side towards Showers, can go ahead and kind of clear things out, get those free TPs across the map if you need a little bit of a quick answer, maybe some quick backup, most especially. But looking at everybody else, this could be the thing. Not checking these outside, just looking for free little picks here and there and seeing where you can dismantle these guys one by one.
Fast walked all the way into elbow with no one any the wiser about them. And not only that, it gets a phenomenal elimination. Gonna put down Mosh Pit. That forces away Thomas from using their flash. Not just yet. Here comes the first one in. This Frenzy is putting in the overtime right now. Nick was also there on the back end to help out, but you're still getting so much value from Stevenson University. That timeout, giving them so much. Let me look back over here. They've gotten the weapons. They've suffered no losses.
Way.
And now Splash is going to do the exact same thing. I am going to lose my mind. They didn't quite get the right click. They dealt a lot of damage, but then Fast comes up, peeks it out, and gives Stevenson University the stings are charging right in.
We'll go again. Damn, you love being here.
Seriously.
Way too much.
That is what gives up that big of a deficit. I mean, considering sure it's only 4 rounds, but the timeouts made. Teams always struggle for anything here, but quite frankly, looking at that entire pass through that went on towards Elbow on that B side of the map, it was just given to him. Literally handed over on a silver platter for the Beacons. I mean, you got to understand that they're not in the best buy on the side of CVC University. They are going to be working with everything. And I understand. Don't get aggressive. Don't get crazy. But don't get complacent, better yet. Because you still got to watch those sites. And having not only 1, but 2 avenues given up to get wrapped. Not once, but twice. Well, the entirety of the map is just insane to me. But regardless, they still had the lead. They're still choked out maybe at 10. Or it could be a checkpoint. Who knows? They got 4 ultimates to kind of make the difference in a round like this.
Vision Villies pushed very far inside of Showers. That corner, vital. I think they saw the barrel. They saw it. Nick, right there. Vision Villy finds 1. Fast has the trade-off. Almost immediate in its happenstance. Spike's still back, but it's a 1-for-1. So not true disaster yet for either side. Maybe, though, for Stevenson, without your duelist, that's going to hurt. Actually getting onto the site itself.
Spike drop.
Oh, yeah. Only really got that Gecko, but he's got a Thrash, so maybe not the biggest deal in the world. But going ahead and getting shut off and killed, that's not going to look all that hot for you. I mean, you got to look at, obviously, the Beacons. They have an exchange as well. They can go ahead and read out the splash. They can read out the rest of the players over towards Showers. They have all the free info in the world, so it makes it easy cutoffs and easy lines for the rest of the team. Just kind of go ahead and completely dissect them. Whether or not you lose players, you couldn't care, quite frankly, because you're already looking at so much bigger of a score deficit now, and you make sure to guarantee yourself 11 off the back of just 1 ultimate rather than the 4 that you had available to you. I mean, why not? Just go ahead and press the button and get it done.
That's really what it comes down to, though, right? With Valorant, you just click the heads. The press of a button, it's all done, right?
Shoot heads and don't die.
That's as simple as that sometimes. Yeah, it really was. I also like the idea from Stevenson University and how they wanted to go on to A. It's just that UMass Beacons, they didn't rotate off of it, and so they were still there. They had the idea that the aggression was going to come in eventually. We're going to see some aggression from Thomas. Wow. Flash was waiting and expecting. Here we have it once more. Thomas thinking that this TP is going to be safe when it is anything but the word safe.
Still found 1 at least. Not really a tactical retreat by any means, but still warranted. Still got the job done. Your dimensional drift isn't in play here, so I mean you can't really freak out about that too much. You already now have accumulated 2 of those orbs to get it back. So you're happy with kind of what's happening nonetheless. Stevenson University, you're at a point in the game where you're so close to closing out, you're just trying to hammer jump. You're just trying to really just rob this thing out from underneath their legs, slow them down, make their job and their life an absolute nuisance, which is what you're doing on the defense here. Already, tripwires, Cypher setups, just easy kills through smokes. Not really the round we were expecting, but hey, it's one that Stevenson University's going to have to take.
Ray got away with that for free. Yeah. No one from Stevenson break that trip. Then, when Nick finally perished, Fast got caught in the trip. And so, again, it was free for Ray. And then just simply walk on and take your fight against Avant. You've just gotten yourself a massive defensive B-side and a massive mistake here from Stevenson University that is going to give UMass Beacons their match point.
Time to jump.
The conclusion coming through here, more than likely. Depends on whether or not we can see Splash hit more shots like that.
Tiniest of windows.
Thomas, let's be real. I mean, was already dying very early on in all these ranks. So whether or not it really come down to the retake, you're not relying on Thomas for that. I mean, you're looking at these early kills. You're looking at these early fights. You're looking for that information. But just the fact that I'm dead isn't really much of a call out. It's more of just say, come on, man. We're looking to close this thing out. And, well, you got 3 ultimates to do that. So I do think the Neural Theft will be almost as usable as a Dimensional Drip, but it does require that setup of finding your initial kill and praying that your Raze, who is your retake just foundation, doesn't die to find that starter Cinder. Who knows? But already with the 5v4, it's still very, very much doable. It comes down to the commitment on the site and knowing that the two players that are here lurking about, they're, well, one of them can look good, one of them can look shaky, because that Thrash is not going to carry on to this.
I can't believe how long Vision Billy was willing to stay inside of the orbital strike.
Right.
But here is where Nick is. Ooh, wing sent. Maddie finally gets their revenge against this player. And Stevenson University seeming like they can stave off defeat, at least for now. UMass Beacons still has a lot to work with, not feeling the constriction just yet.
I mean, we still got a couple more rounds to go to see whether or not we actually see Stevenson University wanting to deny the win of the Beacons, or whether they just want to delay this game even further to kind of see if there's an opportunity that'll arise for them. And already, when you look at the kind of 5v5 situation, still equilibrium on the field, the Beacons don't really have much left in the tank. This is going to be their last, like, legitimate round, all things considered, knowing the buys that they're working with. And even they're already kind of struggling for stuff. So I think this is the round that they invest a lot more. And when you already get a player picked off right off the get-go, like a Wingsit especially, things just don't look too good for you. Their B-hold has been outstanding. They know the Cypher setup's there, but the problem is Ray isn't on site to really capitalize off the back of it. Instead, pushing up through Hookah, finding a good exchange, making it get one, now a second, narrow theft off the back of it. You know where the other three players are, and you're just waiting for that plant to go down to see if you can play the denial game.
Oh, they're shooting through it, but his wingman gonna throw off the aim here. Thomas fighting for their life. Not much of a life that we have left remaining. It's Vision Billy, and they are going to do it. Devont is out. UMass Beacons shining as bright as can be on map number 1 of Bind. There's 13-8.
Defenders win.
A little shaky there, though, Mick. We were about to go into round number 9, but you leave it to Vision Billy, you leave it to the Gecko, and they know what's up. They know what they need to do.
I mean, that one is, let's be real, I mean, came off the back of Cypher. Once again, I mean, whether or not actually holding the B site on site, but pushing up and getting a little more effort off of it. Finding a first and a second and saying neural theft off the back of it. I'm just throwing stuff out here because if I'm going to keep on fragging, I'll get this neural theft back within 2 rounds tops, and that's before OTV really comes into play there. But considering that even then, I mean, the biggest thing for me was seeing how we saw the Beacons losing players. First blood just kind of handed over again and again and again towards those later rounds. That was the biggest concerning thing to me, was saying, well, you're playing every single one of these rounds from behind at this point. I mean, sure, it's later on in the game. You're looking at map point. You're not really stressed about losing too much. But that's how it just kind of sneaks up on you, quite frankly, where you just don't really care and you're thinking, okay, it should be handed to us, when you still got to work there towards the very end, because already we talked about Ray holding down that B site. Surprisingly, from a Cypher who wasn't fighting on the initial take too much, I got to give it to the man. Absolutely putting it on a clinic on that defense especially, and with 3 first kills, that's an impressive stat line nonetheless.
Especially for a Cypher, right? But then you look over at the other side, you have a Viper that's also sitting at like 5 first blood.
Yeah.
So you saw the signs of life from Stevenson University. It felt like they were coalescing, they were coming up with ideas, they were coming up with strategies, and even coming off of the back of that timeout where they were able to pull a phenomenal thrifty out of their hat. It just wasn't quite enough to be able to convert. And so, you know, with this being their map choice, especially on Bind, to have this sort of level of play from the Beacons, gotta worry for them a little bit going into Split. We'll find out how they are going to do if Stevenson University can begin the reverse sweep starting on the next map. UMass Beacons are going to close things out after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. The UMass Beacons team has just taken Bind in a fairly convincing fashion, 13-8. Now looking to continue their dominance and close out the series here in the semifinals for NECC, 2-0 on Split. Stevenson University, all eyes are on them, Mick, now to make sure that they can get into our third map of Lotus.
Ball's in their court. I mean, that's really the only way to put it. Considering that first map didn't go in their direction, I'm just really got things up in the air for Split being the second map. I mean, I like seeing teams kind of go for these specialist picks. I would love to say, like, obviously, if we had the map pool, that would allow it, like, maybe something like Fracture and Lotus as a back-to-back for the Siders, and then we get maybe Ascent as that kind of very end. You know, where it actually feels like we got two things weighing on sides, and then we got one thing where it's right there even, right down the middle. But Split is one of those maps where it feels like teams kind of have just a better understanding, because usually this map, it goes in one direction typically. You have a team that understands the defense a lot better in a 5v5 composition, while in your ranked game, the attacking side on this map feels absolutely terrible. In a full team environment, it feels relatively simple and pretty darn easy. And it's a lot more fun and really kind of allows these post plants to occur that much more often. But I think honestly, if you have an understanding here, it just is the exact same thing, but it really comes down to what the competitions look like. And you and I were discussing on over the break. I was looking to kind of see what's going to happen with Nick, or whether or not, if he's not playing Raze on Bind, he sure as heck isn't going to play it on Split, which apparently that's where the line's drawn, because there has to be a point where you break this chick out.
I can't believe it. Honestly, I would have thought if any map you're going to bring out Raze, it's going to be for Bind, but
Right.
Split, I guess, is just where, well, like you said, Nick draws the line and decides that, all right, this is where we need to make our stand. I'm not gonna dash on the side. No, I'm gonna satchel into there. It's all gonna be under my control and territory. What else I think is interesting to note here for the Beacons is that they, instead of the Omen, are gonna use the Astra and leaning back towards the Gecko as well. We're seeing Vision Billy once again occupying that agent.
It'll be a wild thing here. I mean, looking at an Astra, you don't have any real regen. The reason we've seen the Omen actually kind of have a resurgence on this map is because of the capability we see now of fraggers being put on that specific agent. Shadow Step allows you to completely bypass any terms of utility. It acts just like a jet. You can still provide that team utility to everybody else. The Paranoia essentially acts as another flash. He's kind of, as also, when people understand the Paranoia and how present it can be inside of the game, it's kind of replaced that breach that we've seen every now and again start to pop up for Split, and that's why he's become so much more of a rarity. So I'm curious to see kind of how that plays here with an Astra. It is one of those kind of 50-50s that we see pull up every now and again, but even then, you look at the kills already going over the direction for Nick to kind of start things off. You know that so long as that spike is going down, you don't really care about the utility as much, because you're just holding these angles and hoping that people just swing into your crosshair.
Maddie is keeping a dominant eye. Heaven being swarmed all over. Splash. Fast as can be. Up in Heaven. How are they alive? Nothing short of their own skill. Now seeing the final remaining player from the Beacons, Wingsent. He's just going to jump in and try to do dirty like that. Wingsent's not going to be standing for that, but Nick is also not going to be standing for the loss of their comrade. Coming in to avenge the day, gives Stevenson very first pistol round.
Oh, I mean, that's all it really comes down to. Have an answer back, make sure to get a pistol round. I mean, that's what it really needs, just to make sure to pick up this momentum and get things started off. Because, I mean, you can't really smell out too much early on in these games where you're kind of understanding the defaults. Because on a pistol, God forbid you do that. You got to have that arsenal. You got to have those collective bullets, because you don't really have the guns that can spray things down. Even a Frenzy just does not have the magazine size to surmount to that. But if we're talking about magazines, we're talking about bullets, we're talking about arsenals. A Phantom right at the middle of the map will give you everything you need to just completely feed yourself these 4 kills.
Oh, that dog had to have seen everything. Splash is running away with it. Brings out the ghost.
Yeah.
Stevenson University. That is a statement. I know, and they had the weapons and everything to go along with it, Mick, but that could have gone in a completely different direction for the Beacons had they had just a little bit more of a drop on Stevenson. The way that they played that was perfect.
Just absolutely free. I mean, considering the kind of setups we saw already, the players sneaking up, not really speeding things in, and understandably so, but right down the middle of the map where you know that, I mean, teams and players are going to peak there every single time. It's completely detrimental where you just rip nothing out. So this round now becoming that much more difficult because of the guns that are at hand. We already saw that Phantom, we see Guardian. I mean, knowing how close quarters this map, even a Spectre has a massive impact in terms of the gunfight. So honestly, when you look at these second rounds or you look at these bonuses, usually you're saying, how much was ripped out in the last round? At this point, we're saying, how much can they hold on to and what upgrades are they going to get?
Ooh. Murphy sees Devont. Devont sees Murphy's. The one wants to take that fight, especially not if you're Devont. Vision Billy. Set up with the mosh pit. He's surprised that they decided to use it here. Almost pushed back by the paint shells, and Vision is going to be denied by the smoke setup here. Pushing on in. Back away. Either side overplaying their hand just yet. Going to be Stevenson to make the command decision to go inside of the vent, and it's going to be Maddie's commanding skills to see their way to an elimination with Thomas. That's going to be a big weapon upgrade to go along with it. Vision Billy, snake bite coursing through their
30
veins.
seconds left.
Poison, but they see the chamber trip. It's just all hurting them in there, one after another, like sheep to the slaughter. Splash looking all over the place. It's the headshot. Close to getting one more. You really got to give it up to these trips from Ray. I cannot believe how much value they continue to get time and time again.
No, it's definitely a Ray diff. I mean, looking at, just how these setups are going, you see these guys, every time they get onto a site that does have Ray, whether or not you're playing off the back of those trips, or whether or not you're kind of pushing up and finding an alternative angle, you're still within the crosshair, kind of setting up those trips as if they are a crossfire or like another teammate. And it just builds up confidence to know that those sites are going to be carried more times than not by a singular individual. You can allocate resources elsewhere, but even then more so, looking at the guns, looking at how that round happened, and seeing the kind of resources that Stevenson University were working with, and they still don't even rip out the majority of these guns, you're left to think, what can they do when things are equal? What are things going to look like when still we all have purchased up stuff? Sure, we have the Spectres, but this kind of act like Phantoms on this map. Sure, we don't have the same speed, or sure, we already have a little bit of damage, but how much of a detriment is that to you, considering that when you had it in the last one, and even you had a lot more space off the back of it, you got to look for something else here that's going to really get the job done.
Murphy's is holding down B-side as best they possibly can, and in fact, gonna be good enough for Stevenson University to rethink their ideas of how they want to fight through this site, just in general. In comes the first of the snake bites. Ollie down there, Ray spraying through, seeing if there might have been someone off on the back foot from that. Nothing gained or garnered from it just yet. To see the barrel. Wing scent. It's a little too overeager, gonna cost them their life. Nick flying through onto the site. Murphy gets theirs, immediately traded out by Splash. Looking up toward their high ground, we have Nick. Fast. Going to be the barrier, the one to cause all sorts of chaos in the attempt to even make it up towards heaven. To Swarm, Nick holding their ground. Finds their one. Still two left and remaining. Maddie's flank. Fruition at its finest. And now you're looking at the final few remaining players. Fast has 16 HP, clearing up towards heaven. Ray didn't clear that corner. Fast gonna clear out Ray. Stevenson University finding their third round.
You know, Ray's better than that. I'm expecting more out of you, Ray. Let's be real. We've seen you pull off some disgusting things. You being the anchor of the team, and especially on the defensive side of the map. But, I mean, it's a retake. Can't really beat you up too much. You're Decipher. You don't have much of utility for that. But if you're your site, we know it's all you all day. But considering already the scoreline going to the advantage of Stevenson University 3-1, it's good looks for them. They sacrifice a lot in these rounds. So I think, quite frankly, this kind of round, it really just depends on how much the Beacons can make this expensive, because we're going to be seeing these constant investments come through from Stevenson University. And I think that'll be their only downfall, is that they need to win one of these rounds definitively. While it looks good for them to have the score advantage, over the course of this game, it just doesn't look comfortable. And that's going to be something that we're going to notice the Beacons can kind of take advantage of when they do find more and more of these ultimates, because that's just going to be free buttons they can press to kind of completely compensate for problems they run into and panic that are going to be thrown at SU that I don't know if they're going to have the potential to answer.
Almost up inside of heaven. 2 posted.
Right there.
Incredibly close. I need to see if maybe a headshot could be taken. This is Stevenson playing at their most cautious. No one going to get caught out by the trip this time around. Cage is going to be expended. Now rotating around over here. Ray hears the shots firing through. It was close. Almost disaster. Almost is not going to be happening here. Nick is going to satchel charge away. Maddie got
30 seconds
just
left.
enough of a look onto Murphy's feet. Now using the neural theft. Seeing all of their targets. Seeing all of the possibilities. Thrash is going to weasel and worm their way onto the site before being broken down to his component pieces. Now for 3 players that are left alive, the Beacons have so much work ahead of them.
Definitely do. I mean, already one of the players have been dinged down a little on the side of SU, but I mean, still, that's a lot to ask for. They're in a 2v3 situation now, make it 1 as we do see Wingson being cut down. It all comes out of Vision Billy, and with the wingman available, you can maybe have the second man on the field to help you out. But the only thing they're capable of doing is stunning and getting that fight defusal off while you still fight everybody. So it's still a 1v3. It's still a situation that looks difficult, and that's, well, because it is. In a 4-1 situation, Stevenson University closed out 1 more to work with. It seems like they are just figuring out this map with the attacking side. As I said, when it comes around to your ranked games, this map looks abysmal to attack on. But quite frankly, when you get a 5v5 situation, it just makes things a heck of a lot easier when you know you got a game plan coming into it.
Can we give it up to Maddie, by the way, on these lurks? They have gotten so much value for Stevenson University. Even when it comes to stopping someone from rotating or being the one to secure that final pick, their lurk, she has been doing a phenomenal job and knows exactly the timing for that. And the party continues to move forward. Devont gets rid of Murphy's, but Vision Billy's aim is going to see their way towards a pick on to Fast. They only have 5 HP, so I think you sneeze on them, they're gone. And we know how much Stevenson likes to take advantage of all of the time they possibly can. And this always makes the Beacons nervous. They always look in different directions and they're rotating, trying to peek around, and that's cost them so much in its own ways.
With Philly being kind of in that lonesome stance, kind of holding sight, your wingman has more HP than you do at this point. So you still have something to kind of throw out there as a little sacrifice, but all things considered, thankfully you do kind of alleviate the problem and start taking the attention over towards the other side of the map, where you then get everybody to go into Ray's line of sight.
Let Thomas
and
get away
we
with
know
this.
what Ray can do when Ray is given real estate, and also given a lot of people who are swinging him. And get the job done, get a lot of damage off, and I mean, while that could have happened a lot earlier still, round win or loss, for this to be an eco coming into this is an outstanding result, all things considered, where Wingson can still clutch things up, so long as they don't get the perfect timing on you as you're mid-air, you just can't fire back.
Stevenson also double swung that. It wasn't giving Wingson any ones, wasn't doing anything crazy like that. They were playing together as a team and as a unit, and that's what really feels like is separating Stevenson apart from the Beacons at this particular moment. They're so clean off on the trades. They're so immaculate on their lurks as well. Really, the only one doing their own thing is Maddie. But here's the big thing, is that Maddie is still finding success when she's on her own. And that is seeing Stevenson through so much in their attack half, where we said that, hey, Split is this defense-sided map. You should be able to walk away. You should be able to be smooth sailing at the very least, but at the from Stevenson dominating the map choice of the Beacons, and it's close from Devont. They saw Wingson right there. Thomas has one of their own. It's 2 away from Stevenson. All they got out of it was the 1 onto the Beacons.
Good opener here from the Beacons. I mean, this is the best result we've seen out of them so far. And it's because it's diverse. It comes from different angles. It's not an outright bloodbath right through the middle of the map. It's not a straight hit, just kind of over-singing to spawn on one side or one area. It is just very, very sporadic. It's put in different areas. It's just looking for tick damage. And when you find something, it just makes sure to where it feels like Stevenson University, they have no particular place they can root these problems from. They're saying it just comes from the map. It slows them down and makes them respect you. It puts them in a situation where they have to wait for you to make your move first. And when you're on defense, that's nothing but time. You're just fighting for yourself.
It's a mad dash from Maddie through sewers to get to A. Guess who's waiting for you? It's Ray. The good news here, the silver lining, is that Ray isn't on site. So even if you get caught by the trip, you just get rid of it. Now that's going to be the alarm bell. 12 seconds left on the clock, and Spike is going to be planted. Maddie has to win a 1v2. Not an easy task. Not with the players at hand, Wingson and Ray. Both dominating, both disgustingly powerful in their own rights, and they've proved it right here, right now. Spike is going to be defused. Beacons are finally going to get their second round on the board.
Don't even really get a chance to fight that, which is the unfortunate part. Is even then, I would have felt fine if Maddie got the chance to take the shots, then lost it. But I mean, just getting absolutely spammed through and Kimi get the chance to swing, that's what's just a feels bad moment. But all things considered, it's what happens to the best of us. You know, the plant went off towards screens. You saw the slow rotation. You didn't plant for an area, and you either isolate yourself in that angle, or you kind of put yourself in that scenario where you just get slammed right through. But I mean, knowing 2 to 5, not the worst thing in the world. I mean, still, Stevenson University has not hit 6. So there's a little bit of a light side here for the likes of the UMass Beacons. Slow things down. You start to figure the game out a little bit. You're starting to accumulate some of those free for yourself. So you're saying, okay, we're starting to get the hang of this. And I think, quite frankly, when you see Stevenson University have these 4 wins available, they're going to invest those just to look for number 6, which sets you up for the rest of this half to really start to surmount a comeback if possible. If you can get the hang of these early swings and early aggressions and maybe just find one and get out.
Stevenson's having a tough time to get through these smokes. Again, with the way that the trips are set up, you had to be so immaculate and so fast on getting rid of them. Ooh, Nick is going to get rid of Thomas. Stuck inside of the corner. Paint's going to be pushed out by the paint shells, but their escape is covered by the guiding light from their own teammate. Not only that, they're going to get healed through it as well. Vision Billy on the other side of the smoke. The boom bot just missing them. No information given out from them. Billy's position there is going to be saved. Ray is taking the life of Maddie. Fast has the pick off onto Ray, right back at them. Look at how far Devon has gone in onto the site itself. Murphy's is pushing back into heaven. Had to have been ready for it, but Murphy's was. That's going to be an extra wrinkle in the side of Stevenson University. Murphy's still alive. Come through that smoke. You're going to have to deal. Yeah. With the demon themselves. Murphy's almost alone. Successfully an accomplishment with their cohort Vision Billy, giving UMass Beacon some rounds strung together in a row.
No worries.
I mean, look, I love Splash just as much as the next guy. I mean, an absolute unit from what we saw in that last map, but I mean, still cannot be your entry under any circumstances. Just does not have the things to work with when you're up against a controller who's sitting on the defensive side. That's where your controllers excel. That's one of the angles where you're having to swing at a smoke, so you just don't really have anything to work with. This guy's still alive, funny enough. I mean, that's that big detrimental point that we talk about over and over again. It's the nerf now, where those guiding lights, when they're gone, they're gone. They don't regenerate anymore like you do see out of a Dizzy. So you gotta say, and Dizzy would have been nice in that kind of situation, but we don't have the Gecko. And you see these kind of little small differences in utility start to really peel through and really expose these wounds of the likes of Stevenson University, being these circumstances that the Beacons can really just say over the course of this game, we can just make it hit harder and harder and harder and just make the snowball effect accumulate off the back of.
Wingsent, played by their own Astra, was so close to getting the look like headshot or at least a couple of body shot pings, and then they missed their paint shells, sailing right back into their face. You know, Wingsent has ruined the day, shaking their fists at their monitor. This is a bit of a lighter buy that we're seeing from Stevenson University. Nowhere near crazy enough, and oh my gosh, Maddie is that an Iron Buddy? I'm a little jealous, I'm not gonna lie. All right, they see a lot of, oh my gosh. Ray got away with a lot, but so did Fast. They had to have done it. It had to have been none other than them. Push up into here. There's so many different angles and so many different directions. But you have Devon alive. Smokes to close off these different angles, but Fast needs to look behind You also need to look at this ramp. Here comes the showstopper. It had to have been fast. Ooh. One more to go for the ace. They swing it. They've done it. Ace for fast and an ace for Stevenson University. 6 rounds accomplished. This half is theirs.
A big checkpoint to reach here for Stevenson University, considering, I mean, they didn't really find that threshold to work with in that last game. They were all sitting at 5. I mean, while 7-5, you can't really complain about it too much. You're not really looking all that hot at the end of the day, but still have enough here to make sure you guarantee yourself an equal game. This is when the things can start to slow down. You've put in a lot of the work right there off the first quarter, but everything past this point needs to be a little bit just kind of insult to injury. You can find 9, you can find 8, especially if you get 7. That buffs out the pistol round. So the job ain't done just yet. It's just getting started, and that makes this entire next half so much easier because you get an adjustment period. You get a safety net. You get a little bit of insurance to work with. And UMass, they understand that. Now being on the defense, they're just trying to go ahead and find whatever's going to be given up to them. Good openers through the middle, working with nothing but sheriffs. But still, now with those guns available, I wouldn't blame that they just want to give up the site just to go ahead and recover those things to get themselves a better chance at a retake.
And Wingson still has... He's still alive. I think may even be the nuttier thing about all of this. Ooh, it's right there. The Bucky right in front of them. Don't! You going in? The Bucky shot misses. Thomas only lands those pellets right into the wall. And you know that Maddie's not going to miss their chance to take the headshot. No way could that have happened. Wingson feeling fairly confident off of what they did mid, but how much confidence do you have? Even burgeoned by your teammates. And working with a rifle, that's a little bit better. Wingson's going to be the tip of the spear to try and give away the information. Never mind, Wingson has the confidence. Not only that, they have the skills to back up that confidence. Nick has to back away. Nick is going to be detained, but this could be just bait.
Ooh.
And that's exactly what it is. Devont played it perfectly. Wingman didn't even get a chance to touch the spike. Stevenson University continuing to solidify this first half for themselves.
Still conflicted on why you don't go for those guns right at the middle of the map. You know, everybody's on site. I mean, the time is already ticked. You had the information out the back of that buggy player saying, okay, I'm taking attendance. There's 1, 2, 3. Okay, everybody's here. So go get something. Go make an upgrade. Make this retake that much easier. I mean, you guys are working with sheriffs, and I mean, sure, Wingson able to find one off the back of that sheriff. But imagine what you got when you have more. You have a Vandal. That's a spray down. That's 2 players you can just find back to back. That's your own coverage that you were working with Wingson. Once again, whether it be a Vandal, kind of proved me wrong there, saying even if I have a Vandal, I'm only getting 1, but this is also just the start of the round.
Stevenson University is insane at these trades. Over and over again. Every single time they get into an engagement, it's always off the back of someone being there. But not only that, now they've gotten rid of Murphy's. They got that for free. Dog's gonna go in. Thomas knows they need to get the heck out of here. The whole crux of this Viper's bit being put up where it was, they cannot fall. They cannot afford to be taken out. But instead of chasing after them, no, Stevenson University is just going to let them have it. You can have your mid. We're going to give our Seekers going there. And this entire B site, Mick, is empty. They are not going to find a single soul occupying this spot.
Yeah, I mean, you see those Seekers go everywhere else except for the B site. It's the freest tell in the world. I mean, at that point, you're putting Thomas in a situation where he's understanding that, okay, they are well aware that that is a solo hold. And even more so, the fact that they already killed Raze towards B main and then another player towards B main. Saying, yeah, this entire map is just a freebie at this point. I'm kind of confused of why they would give it up, but they make the adjustments where necessary. They kind of get the reads, and all this information is added up into a 1v4 for the likes of Ray with nothing but a bulldog in hand. And we've seen Ray on these retakes. Can't get much done. Well, you can find one. There's 3 more just waiting about, playing off the back of a trade. And 3 players remaining to carry on the guns into the next round. You couldn't care about utility. You couldn't care about the buys too much. We know Stevenson University have enough to make it. UMass Beacons are the ones that are really struggling and playing from behind on this one.
Now let's look at Bind real quick. Step back into the past, Mick. That was the map choice of Stevenson University. The first half was 5-7. So already Stevenson University is surpassing expectations on what was their own map choice. And now they're here on the Beacons map. and it feels like they're playing them all over the place. Nick gets over just perfectly, taking no shots, taking no bullets. And this showstopper set up the way that it is, shooting a little too close. Didn't get much value out of it, and no space really gained up from it either. They are still pretty much occupying the same positions that they were.
Well, already going ahead and taking control of wherever they need. Mowing guys down left and right, making sure it's a 3v5 turned into a 3v4, and already that's just because you're playing around on one half of the map. That's enough pressure to just go ahead and say, why not? Everybody else is already on B. While you guys are fighting A, we have a spike down, and well, that's time you're quite frankly just wasting.
And not only that, they won against 2 fights from UMass Beacons. Sure, you may have lost Nick, but that's an acceptable loss in a lot of people's opinions. Oh, and they know that Thomas is right there on the other side, jumping in. Maddie is on a whole nother level. Out comes the showstopper. Just like their counterpart, it's whiffing up in the air. Stevenson University, a brilliant attacking side from them,
Switching sides.
has sailed the ship into a 9-3 first half. My question to you, Mick, do you believe in the curse?
In this kind of situation, I don't know if I really do. It comes out of the map selections and the kind of points we mentioned earlier of how on bind, I see a lot more teams start to do this. And while the teams are talking strats, I'll talk more kind of big picture strats about the map selections in specific. Typically, you'll see now teams making more of a little more adjustment, understanding that, okay, what is the more favorable point for us from a perspective of just picking something out and then getting everything else set up for us over the course of the rest of the night. You can afford to lose a first game so long as everything else lines up for you in the next 4. So looking at Stevenson University, you and I were already talking about it. Nick was kind of a little bit weird to not pick that raise on bind. That leaves you kind of questioning, is this even their main map pick? Do we see that much success of a Jet over a raise on that map to really bring her to the table? And we were wondering whether or not you would see Nick just be that adamant about not using raise. Not saying that Nick hasn't been the most impressive raise in the world, but still being able to play that role now, especially on the attacking side, and being in a 9-3 advantage, leaves you to question whether or not this was Stevenson's University's plan all along, was just going ahead and letting bind be available to him as if split is their main map in all reality, where they actually feel like their composition really starts to fit things together.
Give it up here for the entirety of Stevenson University, by the way. No body from this team is really falling behind anyone else. It's pretty much even across the board, except for Fast, who, well, obviously they got that ace. They are really feeling good about what they've accomplished, and see how far Nick wants to push up and how much that they can get away with. And that's good enough to send the Beacons packing, maybe try to guide a light into a different pathway for themselves.
This round's the chance to turn games around. We mentioned the curse. Well, the curse usually stems from, well, a 9-4, a 9-5, and obviously a 9-6. So maybe you'll run into a 10-6, but the first 2 are what really matters the most. Obviously, if you see Stevenson University start off on double digits right off the get-go this half, things are going to look pretty dire. But the Beacons able to go ahead and start things off, find that first pick, and knowing that there's a second player somewhere around the map that just cannot recover that HP, you're looking pretty good to kind of close things out. But it's always a pistol round. You never know what could happen. And with no real armor present on anybody, anything's technically doable.
Devont was stuck inside of a Viper wall sandwich here. Splash. Sees Murphy's walking through mid. Taking care of that target, but small strike from Dizzy. They make things a little dizzy. Oh, up in the air. Fast is just 1 bullet away from death. 1 bullet is all they need. Devont wins out in another battle up towards heaven. How much more do you have left in you? Trying to even walk onto the site. It's a 1v1. Splash only has 9 HP. Thomas fearing just a smidge better. It's a headshot between the 2 Vipers is all that is needed. But neither one making the play just yet. See how diligent Splash is going to be in waiting for that opportunity from Thomas. If they can catch them off guard, could have gone in a completely different direction, but they did not. And Thomas sees the Beacons through second half pistol round.
I'm not going to lie, in those kinds of situations, if you have the read, I'm swapping out that Ghost for a Classic every day of the week. If you let them know that it's 9 HP, I'm saying Classic fires a little faster. Even then, I have a chance of turning it into kind of like a pseudo shorty situation where I can just right click, and so long as shrapnel hits them, then I end up winning those fights. And I can do that while full sprinting, because we've seen some insane things out of that gun. But all things considered, sitting at the first round here for the side of the UMass Beacons, they start waking up again, and that's all they really needed. 9-3, now 4-9. It just comes down to winning this round fairly impressively, I'd say. But with the guns at hand, I don't think they're going to carry on all that well. You don't have too many shotguns. You don't really have a Guardian too much to kind of rely on. Bulldogs aren't the most insane thing on this map. So you're going to make this one pretty clean, all things considered, if you want to have a shot the next.
Onset on to B. Relatively fast and relatively quick. Stevenson University has to play their numbers as advantageous as they possibly can. There might be another massacre inside of mid. Stevenson did it to the Beacons. Now the Beacons are going to do it to them. Sit waiting on the other side of this. Wasn't quite able to get the shot. Wasn't quite able to secure the kill. That's where Vision Billy comes in handy. Devont, what are you doing, my friend? What do you have planned with this shorty? You walk out of there. You've gotten rid of Ray. But all of that decayed health, it's good enough for Vision Billy, even at the range they were at. Pick up that kill. That's Beacons getting out in the second round. Now needs to see if they can do it for their bonus.
Ghost, 3 Spectres, a Marshal, an interesting loadout nonetheless, but I mean, still feasible in its own right. I mean, I'm curious as to whether or not that Marshal can actually do that kind of carrying potential off a round of back like this. I mean, because you talk about the Outlaw and the kind of introduction of it and how so many people thought oh my god, this thing's going to be broken. Realistically, it's just kind of like a Marshal. Even against full armor, sure, it gets him 1, but a Marshal does 101, and that's only 40 damage. So for a Spectre, that's nearly nothing. So still, this round, so long as you understand the order of operations, who takes the priority in taking these fights and getting the damage off, and whether or not you can actually get out kind of scot-free to get these heals off, which UMass, keep in mind, don't have like Stevenson University does. You need to understand what risks are really a lot more worth taking.
Right? Comes out of the corner.
So
Boombot's gonna see them. How are they walking away with their life intact?
What?
How are they walking away with a kill?
Poison's off.
In no world, in no universe should that have happened. Devont looking in a completely different direction. Realize how far away they'd walk. Now getting attacked from the heavens above. Down on the grounds below.
Oh my god.
Splash getting outranged by a Spectre. Of all things, and Maddie only has 24 HP. Thomas needs to be ready to go for the fight against them, and they are. UMass Beacons making it work with what little they had. And now, with what little they had, is evolving into something deadlier. Something that should be able to see them through to their victory. But only time will tell if that's going to be happening. Up above, Wingsit waiting for the first one to come out. It's going to be that perfection of a crossfire. And may have just sealed the deal here for the UMass Beacons. A phenomenal bonus round from them, and a 6-9 score line that feels like it may only just be continuing to gain momentum.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, second rounds, you're looking at something, but thirds are always the one to where I'm just left another shot. Where you can squeeze that thing out, especially starting things off. Finding a kill with a Ghost, man, it's something. And the crazy thing is that both teams have had their fair share of that in this series so far. Remember in Bind, where we saw Stevenson University squeeze out a round, squeeze through B elbow for free, find a kill, another player lapping all the way through with a classic, able to probably find something off the back of it. But still, in this map, it hurts a lot more because it's the one buy you had. It wasn't an off round. It wasn't where you had insurance and had a secondary to work with. It was your one buy round where you're saying this is the time that we get ourselves on the board for the half. And it really, really hurts to just kind of understand now that no, it's not. And still, it's insult to injury when you understand that you just can't really retaliate in the next round either because the guns that you're working with aren't nearly what you want. And the best you're looking to squeeze out so far is just a singular.
Maddie has a veritable ocean to swim across on any safety.
Okay.
Good start. You got your headshot, and then you got your kill to go along with it.
Last player
A couple more bullets is all it takes, or one clean headshot. Thomas has that right there waiting for them. Team Peekins. It's just 2 more rounds to go here, Mick. It's not a lot they have. And now for Stevenson University, you gotta have the timeout. You gotta talk about how not only did they lose the first 2 rounds, but now you've lost 2 consecutive rounds after that. So it's been 4 in a row for the Beacons. I brought up the 9-3 curse. Feeling like it might actually come to fruition at this stage of the game.
And even, I mean, that's more just a result of the half. I always like the 9-3 curse to me has never really been too much of an issue, just because you're looking more so at like a double-digit checkpoint chokehold. We see these exact situations where teammates want to take a timeout, they want to look at what they have to work with, and they want to kind of clutch these things and just say, invest it all to get number 10. Problem is, teams struggle even then in full buy situations to cross that 10th to 11th round than they do to 9 and 10. So this is a kind of point to where it's worth the investment. It's worth it around like this, but I'm not really sure how much you have to go off of, quite frankly, because the offensive rollouts aren't really the kind of most complex thing in the world. In these last 2 rounds, it was round number 3 that you had to be concerned about. Round number 4 was just the consequences of those prior actions. And now, round number 5 of this half, it's where the unknown variables come into play. And I think, honestly, you just have to work off a default, play with the guns you got, and just learn from that 3rd round, because they're probably not going to play as sneaky anymore. They're not looking for anything to be given up to them. They're just understanding that, well, this is a game for us to win now, with it being so darn close, that they're going to start to see a little more confidence out of these players. You're going to see a little bit more aggressive swings coming through, especially off the back of these ultimates, if they're there.
Thrash got delayed a little bit. Out it goes. I don't know if it caught information, but hey, Devon's gonna catch Murphy's. Now we keep our eyes peeled up on heaven.
There you go.
Maddie's doing it. Another one comes out for the swing, but information is going to be garnered from that. Fast has got to realize that, hey, right there is Thomas, and Thomas had literally nowhere to go. It was either push even more so into heaven. Up comes Nick, but the ropes are going to work against them and throw off the aim just enough for Ray to survive. Crosshair a little too high above the head. That's where Devon, pushing forward as far as they did, is going to send Vision Billy packing. Now Ray solo by themselves. And even knowing exactly where everyone is on the map, it's not going to do them a lick of good. This player is going to rotate onto ramps. It feels like they're
seconds left.
going to try and fight it out here, but the timing that Splash is just afforded has purchased themselves a little bit more breathing room in life that they get to have. Ray's going to have to be the one to set down and plant the spike. Not only that, 1, 2, 3 against Stevenson is what's needed to win this map.
10 seconds
Even the
left.
difficulty here, I mean, is considering that the ton of util that isn't there within your disposal. You already see the triple R back towards spawn. You see one back towards heaven, but you don't see one on site to let you know what's going on. So even then, if the spike just went down, you're already blindsided, and you already understand that this round just is not going to be a win for you. So unfortunate to see that we didn't see a great clutch to get things kind of rolling and still working out here for the side of the Beacons. But the good news is they've already won themselves an entire map, and Stevenson University are looking to close themselves out for one here. And off the back of their used timeout for this half so far, they do find a resultant round. Keep in mind, 4 back-to-back. If this is the ratio we're working with in this game so far, we can still see ourselves at least in an overtime best-case scenario. But Stevenson University, obviously, I think they're at the point now where they just want to kind of close up shop. But their money is not going to allow them to do that if they lose one more round.
Bring in for the flash. Nick on the high ground. Nick on the low ground. Wing sent. Sending out the boom bot forward. It's all empty. No one to be garnered from. Dog's gonna come back out. Sees Wing sent over on the boxes. That's going to make them rotate away. Flashbang is gonna come in. Paranoia right there. Throwing all kinds of things into chaos. Wing sent winning out in another fight. 32 HP. All they have left to work with. You've done your damage and you've done what you needed to do. Now on B, Murphy's is all the way over there, and even better, Cyphercam not catching them or seeing them. Maddie has no idea where Murphy's is. If Murphy's plays this correctly, to take out another from Stevenson University, that they are. It was close. But Maddie had the drop on them. Forced to regroup back down on the ground below. He's going to eliminate them there. Vision Billy, quick flick, and a click.
30
Left
seconds
Avant.
left.
Dicey spot. Yeah, they're going to save.
Spike planted.
I like
Did
the
we take the fight at Heaven?
disbursement. I really like that attention there and the disbursement of attention. I mean, considering that you knew that your race didn't have all that much HP, you had somebody go ahead and squeeze through the back lines, and that's your duelist job, quite frankly. It's just to take space. Whether or not successful in finding the kills or not, just getting onto that site. If you've already managed to do that with a controller, at that point you're saying, honestly, just go have fun. Race, go do whatever you want to do. Just roam around the map, go on a flank if you need to. I mean, we're not really freaking out here. You don't have much HP. We don't want you to use a showstopper and around like this. We're not going to use this Viper's Pit because we already have numbers advantage. So maybe sneak through the middle of the map. See if you can find something extra. Just at least go ahead and confuse them a little bit more so, because at this point, your job has been done, at least in the respective side that you need to go do it. And your job has already been accomplished, whether or not that be by somebody else elsewhere. So to have that read, to keep that many players alive, now have that money still carry over for the side of Wingsit. As I mentioned, the money was the thing that we saw Stevenson University struggling in. And UMass is playing that almost to a T, saying, look, when they're down, we go up. We keep on shooting higher. We keep on accumulating this money because, well, regardless, I mean, you could say that almost for the majority, if not just the rest of this matchup, worst comes to worst, if they do have to play every round, the Beacons still have a purchase for nearly all of them.
Vincent. Splash. Some splash damage from the boom bot. Not enough to really make you scared, but Wingsit knows that someone's in here. They really want to make sure that they at least get the pick off. See how much damage they took even just trying to get up through mid. Only 71 HP. There's still wiggle room. The most important thing. Thomas, location revealed by the spy cam dart. And this time around, Stevenson is anchoring this site as hard as they can. The only thing that gives me pause for concern is how was covering Heaven. No one was protecting it. Thankfully, that dog is going to gain the information that no one was there. But all of this space being given up is something that you have to realize and something that you have to recognize.
And
Font.
Still no blood. That's the wild thing to me.
30 seconds left.
Stevenson University is giving so much respect over to the UMass Beacons, not looking for any kind of picks, just waiting for them to cross in these lineups, and even then, as a result, they've given up full middle control of the map. I mean, you already see Wingsit pushed up. Understand that B Heaven's under my control. I can squeeze through to the back, find this cutoff baby. Doesn't decide to go for it, surprisingly enough, considering that already you've done that towards screens, but the biggest thing is setting up enough space for this fight to go down, for the swingman to get it off, because in 3 seconds, that is going there, and they still just don't get it. You had all the space in the world that round, and it just decided not to press W. Get it?
It's a Cypher tripwire that did it again. Wingman got caught inside of the Cypher tripwire, and that delayed it long enough to prevent the spike from being planted. Phenomenal work from Maddie. By the way, top fragging, 18 and 12. Eliminated Ray. These Cyphers, they're just built diff on this map.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
I mean, it's not really even then just a setup. Just even then, the fights they're taking, surprisingly working out. Oh, we mentioned the trades for these teams and how they're trading effectively, and thankfully, it seems like the Cyphers are just kind of there to get that last bullet.
Ooh.
Well, you're pushing side like this. I mean,
Yeah.
Wingsit. Who else to go ahead and get things started off? Can't blame them. After that last round, literally waiting till the last second. Actually, sorry, past the last second to get the spike down. You get to a situation, you get a little bit fed up, and you're like, all right, let's prove we know how to play. Because in that last round, it seems like kind of like we forgot.
Now they have the Viper's Pit set on top of the spike. So many different ways that you have to try and fight your way through to actually even just get in on there. And see how much of the action's happening on ramps. It's one after another. It feels like Wingsit 3K. And then a final one from Thomas inside of the jungle of their own making. UMass Beacons, wiping the bad taste out of their mouth from the previous rounds, doing this one in record time.
This game right now could literally be an 11-10 in favor of the UMass Beacons if they just kind of got that spike off. It's just not the case here. Obviously still biting a little bit of a responsibility from what happened in the last round, but it doesn't really bite them too much just considering what happened here. They still get rounds, they still get money, they still get buys. I mentioned it earlier, their money was looking like that was the last of their concerns. They were going to have buys for the rest of this game no matter what. But Stevenson University, the biggest thing they're going to be looking at now is going to be the kinds of utility to play with. We saw the Viper's Pit. We saw now what's going to look like this eco. We even didn't see a player already getting caught out. The gas pedal is now being absolutely floored purely because of the slowness of the nature we saw this team 2 rounds ago that they got to make up for the rest of this game.
Let's back over onto the other side. There's not much in the way of a silver lining going on here. Nope. It's just vents filled with bodies now. UMass Beacons, 1 more round to go. And this map of Split is going to be tied. All eyes on Stevenson University once more. They had a phenomenal lead. One that now feels like it's fallen over to the wayside. It's a do or die moment for them, Mick, to regain their composure and close out this map.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
What do they have to work with to really get it done, though? Besides the buys, besides these kind of mediocre allotments of money, because, well, the Viper's Pit, that could help, sure, but
They miss?
go ahead, have a player flood you out of it. Doesn't really matter all that much. So narrow theft, that's what you got to work with. That'll get you to map point. That's what you need. You need to get desperate to kind of get it all out right now. Find yourself number 12 because the Beacons have a lot more to play with, and they're going to just be throwing every last bit of it at you.
Close for Ray. Mass Beacons can't afford any more losses. Comes the first of those. Ray's still going to hang out here for the moment. Wants to poke the bear again.
Ray.
Looking up in the skies above. They are going to get picked apart by all of Stevenson, is what it felt like at the very least. Someone's got to get back over onto the site to actually protect it. Footsteps are going to be heard by Maddie. That's going to ring the alarm bells for everyone to get back over. Rather than be the one to push in onto that site themselves, they're going to wait for the numbers. They're going to wait for the reinforcements. Spike has been planted, and now we're going to have the Cosmic Divide.
Wow.
Everyone from UMass is going to play on the other side of this. I think the dog saw just enough, and Wingsint seen enough of Maddie's head to get them there. Wingsint is going to hold this bulwark. Murphy's has fallen. Now you got to leave it to Wingsint and
Oh my
Vision.
God!
They spray it down and spray down the hopes of Stevenson University. UMass Beacons has tied up Split 11-11.
Such a huge investment, but I mean, still every last bit of it worth it. I mean, I was thinking, okay, it comes down to this first blood. Is this a 3v4 or is it a 4v2? I mean, and just seeing how things played out, a 5v2, even more worse and more dire of a situation to think of. But I mean, just not even thinking about it, but understanding that cut down numbers one by one. And the wild thing is Stevenson University gave it to them. Going through that Cosmic Divide one by one. The spike had just went down. You had 45 seconds that this timer would start to go off. You decided to go ahead and thrash out. Do it while understandably makes sense. At least get some dizzy, get some info, play off some audibles. Understand what you're swinging. But you just give it to them. And say that what better than our own eyes. And well, there's a lot of things if your own eyes are getting shut and buried 6 feet under.
Stevenson punished so many of the misplays from the Beacons in the previous round. The Beacons went out in a 3v5. So close, almost in the hands of Stevenson. You know that's got to be somewhat of the morale killer here. He snuck inside. Not too far, still close to Rams. I think has their eyes on it, but doesn't realize just how close Ray could be. And he's going to hear all of the footsteps inside of heaven. One really defending it again. Stevenson University playing it a little differently. And Ray's lurk is going to come up massively. 2 kills over at the side of A. And you've just disrupted the entirety of Stevenson. 5v3 is what it was last time. And now this time for Stevenson, 3v5.
It's not a V. There's no fights going on here. They're just going ahead, running away, saving for the next. This was
Pick
their
up that
last
Vandal.
purchase. They didn't have anything to work with barely coming into this round. You know darn well that moving into the next, I mean, this is their last fighting attempt. These 3 guns are all they're really going to have to work with. Because in that last round, the Viper Spit was invested, the Narrow Death was invested. The Seekers, the Showstopper, those are going to be accumulated possibly, but it's still a gamble nonetheless. No matter what, though, best case scenario, you do find a couple kills here, but as I said earlier, I mean, the Beacons, they still have purchases on purchases. They couldn't care less what gets carried over for their team because Winksit had 9K. Villy has 8.4. Every single one of these players can literally buy an operator as a secondary and still have enough money for a full kit. And there's Murphy's trying to pull one out.
An Astra with an operator. Take my breath away, please. UMass Beacons, one more round. Almost done. And they are going right into the finals. So close. The Grand's just at their feet. One more to go. And Splash is not going to give them the opportunity. No way. Fast, you're playing with fire, my friend. Didn't get burned. You know that they're going to give up the respect. They cannot give up heaven so free and so easily, though. Just going to push inside of it. Wingman and the Boombot. Detect nobody. Devont goes in. The flash out, but they're blinded themselves. Full blind. Couldn't see anything. Their own teammate working against them. Stevenson University now down 1. Players are starting to hemorrhage across all sides. Nick down from the grounds below. Sees their eyes towards heaven. Fast looking into the 20 different directions that they are being descended upon. Stevenson is nothing less than pure speed to get onto the side itself. Maddie has no choice but to fight back as best as they can. Heaven is theirs once more, but the grounds below are where it all counts. A 3v2 is all that separates Stevenson and UMass Beacons. Stevenson needs to try and bring this into overtime. Maddie's been seen by Dizzy. They need to wait. They need to play this together. Murphy's has gone up inside of heaven. The first one will be theirs. The final elimination is all that is needed. And there you have it. The UMass Beacons. 9-3 all the way. 10 rounds is what they needed, and they did that. Now going in to the grand finals.
That was a game. I guess is the best way to put it. I mean, something that obviously here for the Beacons, I mean, a great stance by them, considering that obviously the rebound that was necessary to go ahead and just really step things up and kick into high gear in that second half. But looking at what happened there, just for the majority of Split, and is especially all of Bind, I want to say what it felt like realistically. It was just a lot of respect from Stevenson University from round number 1 that it felt like UMass never really earned, but it just kind of, considering it was given to them, they took it and pounds and pounds and just absolutely ran with it.
The big thing that we kept seeing consistently was just how much space Stevenson was giving up. I mean, so many times, like, they just gave up heaven. They gave up the entire site, wanting to play for the retake. And then there were moments where they wanted to be aggressive, and that didn't work out. And whenever they felt like there was any pressure being put on them, they walked away, they gave it up. And then I think at a certain point, even the UMass Beacons were like, wait a minute, we're just getting these sites so easily and so for free. And then you look at the lurks that happen, you look at how the rest of the map is going and playing out. You have Ray that comes up with some massive follow through of their own, massive frags on the other side, and then you translate over to there, which the site had already been taken. What are you going to do as the final 3 remaining players, right? You have to get off, you have to play, you have to try and save. And so many different times, it felt like this team was segmented, where you saw on attack how well they were playing because they played together. On defense, that all crumbled apart. And looking at the stat line, it's nothing like, I think nothing really shocking, especially when you look at Wingsent. Kind of quiet in the previous game, but this time around, no, completely different story. I mean, 7 first bloods, especially. That's what you want out of your Rays.
I want to say, I mean, it felt even then kind of an unnecessary sense of urgency on these retakes. So out of the likes of SU. Because, I mean, as you mentioned, we all saw their attacking side. It was impressive. A lot of the 9-3 when it came around to split. On the map prior, they at least got themselves 5 rounds on a half. So you're saying, okay, this is understandable. They can find something. But the biggest thing to me is just like the retakes felt like they were being rushed. Like I've been in games before. You hear comms for teammates as soon as that spike goes down. Somebody's just unnecessarily yelling out, "We gotta go! We gotta go! We gotta go!" It's like it's 45 seconds. I understand it's little in the big scheme of things, but I mean, when we're all here together, we need to wait. We need to make sure utility's available to us. We got to make sure the time plays in our favor here. And if you're not waiting for every single one of those timers to be available and every single one of those pieces of utility available to you, then what's really the point of even swinging in the first place? The biggest round you could really look at as an example of what is going on is how we waited for retakes, and then you get into a 3v5 or 5v3 situation. A cause and divide is down, setting a literal physical line between you and the opponents, and it says, okay, how are they going to approach? How are we going to cross this line? Because all we got to do is cross this, get the breach out, and get things done. We see a thrash being thrown in when nobody else is really set up on that line of scrimmage. We see no real follow-up off the back of it. You got players coming in from heaven, wrapping all the way through mid rather than back from spawn with other teammates, which is understandable, but even then, they're not exchanging off of each other. It just feels like the comms have to be flooded with just all these words, but none of them really make a difference when nobody's hitting their shots off the back of them or understandably looking for trades.
Yeah, we see it happen a lot. Teams get overeager, they get antsy. And I think actually a good masterclass to look at, right, is none other than the Sentinels themselves. They play their retake so perfectly on split, taking every single last possible second, and it works out for them in so many different ways. But you have that spike ticking, you have the numbers advantage, you're getting overzealous, you want to close out the map, you want to go to Lotus, you want to go to the grand finals. Maybe the pressure just got a little bit too much, but that never was an obstacle for UMass Beacons, who are going into the grand finals now after a convincing win, I would say, against Stevenson University. But hey, Mick, that's going to be it for us tonight here on NECC Valorant. But we do have, at the very least, one more game happening. Tomorrow night is going to be Rainbow Six Siege, and then we go on Easter break. So we all get to enjoy a nice little deserving vacation. Of course, our students all off on spring breaks doing their own thing. So what are we even going to be able to watch? Let's be real here. But for myself, Sam Talks, and Mick, thank you all so much for watching. And of course, a big shout out to our behind the scenes production, Adam and Rishtat, their amazing production and observing, for whom without you wouldn't have been able to watch amazing games. And thank you all so much for watching. We'll see all of you on the next broadcast.